What's up? Hello. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I was running late. It is basically no excuse. Oh gosh, and I'm off camera. I just things got away from me. And this is part of it. I didn't put out a YouTube announcement about this, but I mentioned it in the Discord of the schedule is going to be a little all over the place in January, I think. It's which is also why we're here on Wednesday instead of Monday. Cuz things are just there's chaos. There's chaos in the streets. Bring out your dead. I don't know. Another reference? Oh, what's up, everybody? But we're here. We're ready. Song Willow, Amarok, G Herka, Mike 30. Hello. What's up? I'm excited. I'm excited and I'm nervous. I'm only nervous because my voice is a little tired. And we've still got plenty of episode ahead of us. Like, even if I am very responsible with how I spend my time, which I'm not always that, we've still got a lot of episode ahead of us. But, you know, that's just how it is. If we have to split it into fourths, we have to split it into fourths. That might just be where we're at this point. Let's see here. Let me bring that up. And that's right. And that's correct. Okay. Getting us to episode 100. How is everybody?
It is 20.
Oh, that is the actual show. There we go. And let's see if my audio magically fixed itself between streams. Because, fun fact, I couldn't figure out what the heck is wrong. I have no idea why it was broken last stream. So, I'm going to see if it magically fixed itself by, a couple of computer restarts. We're going to test that now. You might hear duplicated audio for a moment. That means it's working. So, 1 second. Nope, still not working. Whatever. All right. I have a friggin' fix implemented. I will take a harder look off stream. Oi, oi, oi. I can only imagine it has to do with something that got messed up by, I mentioned my guitar, but also the I had some recording stuff that I set up for the secret project, which might also get delayed into February. I don't know. I don't know. I had a meeting with some people yesterday, and it's gonna be so sick. It's gonna be so good. But things just might not be ready. Like, things that I sort of have control over, but I didn't have a good concept of how long they would take ahead of time. So I was a little bit overly optimistic when I gave my previous timeline about how long things that I don't have full control over would take. So, but it's coming in the early months. It's like my part is basically done. Well, I mean, you'll see. But it is close to as done as it needs to be. Now it's just a lot of administrative stuff. And I'm so psyched. It's coming out no matter what. Like, all the creative is done. Now it's just other stuff. Like, the equivalent, I'm not saying this is what it is, but it's the equivalent of, like, I've got the video filmed, I just need to, like, make a thumbnail. Sort of. Except it's much more than one video. All right. What's up? What are people saying? Tardigrade, Song Willow, hello. I've recently discovered Zach the Bold's D&D advice videos. I've been seeing this on my feed. I don't watch a lot of YouTube. I don't watch a lot of D&D YouTubers and YouTube, but I have seen his shorts, and then I saw a couple of his longs pop up, and I haven't watched them. One advice really stuck out to me. He says it should be virtually impossible to 100% a dungeon. You know, I saw the long that I assume this advice is from. It was like, you know, it was something. I think the title was something to the effect of like 5e's forgotten how to make a dungeon or something like that, which was an interesting hook. But I didn't watch it because I don't watch D&D YouTube. But interesting. If you can, there's no need for risk or resource management. I agree with the core sentiment. And without having seen the video and without knowing the wider context, I'm gonna say I probably agree with his stance, especially hearing it third hand. The only, I guess, like kind of caveats that I'll give is that to me 100%ing a dungeon goes back to, which I think this is hitting on. So I that's why I say I think we probably agree. It goes back to time and the sort of lack of mechanical time pressure in 5e. And having the GM have to control the pacing of time and why time matters and all that. So I think it is. I don't think 5e does you any favors when it comes to making a dungeon. Which, hey, whoa, I just wrapped back around to the title of that video. Which is that, yeah, I kind of think 5e doesn't do you any favors when it comes to time management. And time management is a big factor in whether or not you could 100% a dungeon. So I think I without especially without being able to hear it all from the horse's mouth, I think I probably agree. Might be something he said that I disagree with, but based on that, I think I'm on board. Yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out. Definitely not my normal approach, but maybe it should be. It's tough. It's also, I would say, also asterisk. Depends on what we mean by a dungeon. Dungeon is sort of a vague term, but taking it in the way that I think he probably meant it, I think I agree. Hello. He was in a one-shot with CR last year. I saw that, which good for him. What's up, John? I'd have to summarize the point to fit into a YouTube chat message. Yeah. Which that's why I'm like, I have to sort of imagine what the wider point probably was. But yeah, you keep talking about a guitar and yet you keep not playing anything for us, and I will continue to not do so. Guitar is my I very much have smart kid syndrome, where I was told I was smart a lot when I was a kid, and then I became averse to trying anything new as an adult because I was bad at it at first. And that's how I am with guitar. Guitar is like my way that I'm trying to get over that, because I am bad at guitar. This is not me being self-deprecating. It's just a fact of life. I am not good at it. And playing it anyways is how I'm trying to trying to sort of get over that syndrome in my head. So you will not be seeing any guitar on the channel for a long, long time. I've not gotten over it to the point where I can do that shit in public. Former gifted kid. Yeah, too relatable. I have that too. Yeah. Oh, man. I love my mom. And it's not her fault, but she makes so many jokes because she was not a gifted kid. And she constantly poked fun at me while I was in college and like early 20s of like how much like more naturally gifted I was than her. And it's just like one of those things that like in adulthood, I'm like, damn, she didn't know what she was doing. That's tough. Like, I can't blame her. It's like the sort of thing that you don't realize it's damaging when you're doing it. But she would like always like mention like the score that I got on my college entrance exams and how much better it was than hers. And it's just like thinking back, I'm like, damn, that was not good for my mental. But I also don't really blame her for not realizing it would be, you know? So funny. Smart kid syndrome. Yep. DMing D&D is the first and only thing I've ever persevered at. Yeah. And like, you know, it's one of those things where like part of me like getting like trying to kind of get past it and out of it is like also, you know, very much realizing of like I'm not smart in every aspect of my life. Like I was only smart. I was only called smart because I was really good at taking tests and doing public speaking. I was really terrible at a lot of the other things that make people traditionally smart. And I sort of got slapped for that in college because I was bad at like putting effort into learning. And college was a real wake up call on that front. So, yeah, it's not a great thing, but guitar's my kind of, trying to get past it, trying to get through it. Oh, wait. Why is it so... It got so grainy. Oh! I know why. Okay, that's my bad. Oh my gosh, what? My chat is filled with people like me? Who could have guessed? The streamer cultivates an audience with similar features. I wish I knew about gifted kid syndrome when I was younger. It would have saved me a lot of money in therapy. I'm glad I started going to therapy when I was younger in general. Because I definitely didn't know about it. It was told to me in therapy. But I'm also very how do I say it? Obsessed with like terminology. Like, I try to avoid, like, therapy speak in real life because I don't think it's useful in real life. I think it's useful in therapy. But I really like just having words for things. It makes it easier to, like, remember for me. And, like, strategize solutions around. And... So a lot of therapy was just like them giving me proper noun names for things. Like, and it's so funny because when I was like, I remember my parents also telling me like when my mom found like, you know, when I found out I got diagnosed with ADHD as an adult, she was like, and I kind of asked her, I was like, why did you never like look into it when I was a kid? Because teachers told me constantly when I was a kid. They constantly asked me if I had ADHD. And I would ask my mom at home and she would say no. And So I asked her as an adult after I got diagnosed, what was up with that? And she was like, oh, we didn't want you to get like labeled and to feel like you had like an excuse not to like try, essentially. Like, oh, because you have ADHD, you won't try. And I was like, bro, I didn't try anyways. What? And again, it's a similar thing of like, I get the reasoning. Like, I get the rationale. In the modern day, I don't agree with it, but like, it's not the craziest thing to think in the world. Whatever. I don't hold a grudge for that sort of shit. But it's so funny because it turned out to be like almost exactly the opposite. I just really like categorizing things. It helps me understand them. And so just like having like a word to sort of anchor onto for viewing aspects of myself and my personality in my life, I have found to be incredibly useful as an adult. Like, and some of them I find more useful than others. I find hyperfixation to be very useful in like thinking about my life. I find time blindness, which is it's something I definitely have, like, as far as like the definition of time blindness goes, and people with ADHD talk about it quite a lot. But I don't find it that useful for actually examining my life. It's I find that labels that describe my actions are better than labels that describe my like perception or like my, I guess, experience. So like hyperfixation is more useful for me because it describes like a mode of action that I sometimes fall into, as opposed to just a way that I experience the world. And that's just like what's helpful for me. And that's why I like, and who knows, maybe I wouldn't have been like that as a kid and I would have fallen into labels that were less helpful and I would have been more into them. Maybe it's good that I came to these things as an adult. That's also why I don't bear any grudges about how I grew up and maybe the what my parents did or didn't do, because ultimately I'm pretty satisfied with where I am and how I got here. Yeah. I'm actively trying to be dumb in most things, easier to lower everyone's expectations for me. I feel that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not too surprising a bunch of them gather up. Oh, yeah. It's not surprising in any way, yeah. I have known some people who don't try and hide behind a diagnosis of something. The most prominent person I know was dyslexia, but similar concept. But assuming you do that is kind of harsh. Yeah, which is why, like, I don't know. It's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. And so it didn't end up being how I interacted with it as an adult. But who knows how I would have interacted with it as a kid. I'll never know. Yeah. I'm your mom's reasoning. I have a friend who completely stopped trying last year when she got her diagnosis. It's been super frustrating because she also has hoarder tendencies. Yeah? I didn't try anyways. I didn't. Getting a label for me has helped me be gentle with myself when I do slip and also look at what techniques have helped for others with the same label. Yeah. It's I think the label's a tool, and you can either use it to help or hurt yourself. And I've found them to be quite helpful in my adulthood, but maybe I wouldn't have as a kid. Who knows? That all said, none of that is about Critical Role. Is anything in the first hour of stream? Sometimes. But not often. Also, I looked into it with the internet company. It is... It's frustrating, man. I looked into it with the ISP. It's like... essentially, they don't throttle me specifically ever. They don't throttle individual accounts. And that was the thing they were selling me on when I went over to them. Of like, we don't throttle based on your internet activity. Like, we don't throttle based on what sites you go to, which is something by the way, they couldn't do before fucking what was it? Not open internet. Oh, the thing that they struck down really early. Fuck. It wasn't open internet. It was internet amnesty. Fuck. Net neutrality. Thank you so much. I was like, there's a keyword for this. It's something that they couldn't do before net neutrality was removed and struck down. But post net neutrality being struck down or removed or whatever, they that was now part of their selling points, that they basically act as though net neutrality is still in effect, was the selling point. So they do still throttle during peak hours if the area needs throttling. Unless I'm on fiber. Apparently either fiber doesn't get throttled, or because of its much, much higher throughput, it just doesn't need the like peak hour throttling as much. It can, like, the bandwidth of the entire system is much higher. I'm not entirely certain. I'm definitely not a internet infrastructure expert, but that was the general sense that I got. I can't get fiber here. We only have copper. But I was planning on moving this summer anyways, and I was planning on moving where to a location that has fiber. So maybe this summer that will be solved. In the meantime, I'm gonna need like a standing plan of action if it happens again. Obviously, well, not obviously. Apparently, it's been a thing the whole time. What in my theory for what has happened, I could not get this confirmed, but my theory for what has happened is that it was like a winter weather thing. Probably some part of the network went down, so there was reduced bandwidth, reduced capacity during peak hours, and so they were throttling. That is my theory for what is going on. Or something with the winter weather has maybe, reduced the capacity of the network for a longer term than normal, which is why I've been having throttling multiple times, but not consistently. It's hard to know. But that's whack. Does the U.S. not have great fiber coverage? Honestly, it depends on where you are, but it's not bad. It's just that I live in a pretty old building. Like, I obviously, I'm not trying to dox myself, but me and Paige, we targeted the part of the city we wanted to live in more than the individual unit. So our unit, like our building, in terms of like rent, like monthly rent, is like $1,000 to $2,000 less on average than the rest of the buildings on our street, because it's old and kind of shitty. And our unit is about half the price of the other units in our building in terms of monthly rent. So we live in a super nice area. There's like fucking $1 million homes on our street. But our monthly rent is very reasonable because our individual unit is kind of shitty. if you recall earlier in the channel's history, I had some issues with the walls, and the landlord may or may not have been living in them. That's a joke. He wasn't. But it's very like, it's not really Chicago's problem. It's more like the situation across Chicago. It's not like an even situation, you know? Yeah. The status quo for ISPs is that they won't make any guarantees until you pay a business plan, which is like 20x more expensive. Yup. That is also what I have gotten. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. So, are you in like a major city? I am. No, and like it won't be hard, especially in like a newer development, to find a place with like fiber. Like fiber is standard. We had fiber back in Kansas in like 2 out of the 3 apartments that we lived in, and the third one that didn't have fiber was super old. So it's very much like a lot of the, basically anywhere that's new has fiber, and a lot of the older places have gotten retrofitted. It's just, it's moving slow. There's a lot of retrofitting to do, which I don't want to dive into politics, but is, I maybe have some, yeah. I have plenty of beef with plenty of decisions of the current administration. I don't even want to say plenty. Fucking all. I don't know. I don't talk about politics a lot on the channel, but I have not, I feel like, made it a secret that I'm not a Trump fan or this administration fan. And it's like an annoying little pet peeve, but there was like some campaign promises around modernizing internet, and then it almost immediately got slashed once they got in office. It's like so low on the list of complaints. But it's just, it's so, so fun to be an American at the moment. Just loving it. Yeah. When someone says they live in big city, you can assume they very likely live in one of the million suburbs of the city, actually. That is also true. And I will not, specify for myself, but that is a very, very fair. Yeah. So yeah, we have great infrastructure here because the old one was destroyed in World War II. Well, fair enough. Yeah. Should have bought your own place back in the 1800s. That's so true. I should have bought real estate when I was a fetus. Yeah. Yep, Brittany. Yep. It is indeed. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I do like, a biannual crash out about politics, and I feel like I honestly feel like, unfortunately, it's too serious right now to even crash out about it. Like, it's like too serious and too sad. So I'm not, but yeah, not a great time at the moment. Which is about as much as I can say without wanting to go into it further. So, that's that. D&D, Critical Role. Let's get our minds off of it. Okay. Let's see. I eat dinner with you most streams. Thanks for that. Oh, that's fun. That's cool. But I let's see. Are we? Yeah. I forgot how close we were to the break. I forgot what was happening. They're at the ziggurat. Shit is fucked. Gestures vaguely. Yeah. It is indeed. Here's hoping this isn't a very political and serious episode. I don't remember. I don't think so. And honestly, if it is, hey, our boy John Heater's here to break the tension. But okay, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. So last we left off, they had gone to the ziggurat. Speaking of dungeons, speaking of dungeons, there was some faces. There were some like face traps that I spent a long time talking through. And that's kind of fucking it, which is crazy. That all that we kind of have done has been getting to the dungeon, which wasn't very interesting, and interacting with the faces. Which, like, again, I won't rehash too much of last episode and my points there. There's some definitely pacing things going on. But I think there are several sort of contextual reasons that there are some pacing issues this episode. So I don't even really... I think it's about as good as can be expected, given all of the context and the externalities that are slowing things down. Are there things they could be doing better? Of course, yes. But I don't blame them too much. Yeah. One very minor complaint of the three-parter. Oh, wait. I want to do the 100% in dungeon. Wait, okay. I mentioned because VM are in a dungeon, and I wonder if they'll have to make choices about when and who to fight. Well, we'll definitely see. We'll definitely see. One of the issues with Matt's dungeons and Matt's dungeon design thus far has been that they are mostly a straight line. So I think about Opash. I think about the Underdark. I think about the Sphinx Mountain. Even if we want to call Umbrasil, that feels like even a stretch to even call that a dungeon. Even the Whitestone, if we consider Whitestone a dungeon. Like the Whitestone Castle and into the caverns of the ziggurat. All straight lines. So it makes me, honestly, in terms of like the 100%ing a dungeon conversation, it makes it tough for me to even consider these things dungeons. Like, they are dungeon is not a thing with a firm definition. It's a colloquial term. It changes its definition all the time. But because Matt's dungeons are broadly straight lines, they do not possess a lot of the features that we would think of when we think of dungeons, which I do think one of the big ones is choices. Choices about exactly what G-Herka was saying. Choices about when and who to fight and where to go. And even there's, I think, a sort of distinction from most of Matt's dungeons. The Underdark is maybe the only one that actually kind of passes this test. But even if a dungeon is a straight line, most of the time there will be branching paths that make you at least feel as though it is not a straight line, right? These branching paths will dead end. They will not go anywhere, but they will give the impression as though it is not a straight line. And if you watch my like dungeon map analysis video and notation, most of the time when I'm doing my notation, I treat a dungeon as though it is a straight line and it just has branching paths. Like that is like a way to conceptualize that. So you can build a dungeon that looks like this and then just make the line wiggly enough and it'll look like a dungeon. You don't necessarily need, paths that like come back into each other or branch out like this. Like this sort of structure, while I think it hits more of the things that we expect out of a dungeon, it's not even as necessary as you might think. You can have something that looks pretty straight line-ish as long as there's enough branches with dead ends that go off of it. The issue with Matt's dungeon is they are broadly just a straight line with no branching off, right? Like Opash, total straight line. The Underdark, one of my first map analyses ever, had basically one loop. This path seemed to branch up to the surface, so unclear. But like this was like the entrance of Vox Machina. And then this is the chasm that like the bridge went over. And then this is the Dwagar war camp where they saw the Mind Flayer for the first time. And then they ultimately, the bottom of the chasm and the Dwagar war camp, there was like a passage down. These both coalesced in one, and then it went off towards Yugg-Varil. So truly, out of all Matt's dungeons, his Underdark dungeon is the one that actually kind of follows dungeon layout design principles the closest to the best. I guess the best. Not to say well or good, but like the best compared to something like Opash's Lair on Viscon. So, yeah. And all of that is to say, and I want to put a quick asterisk on this entire sort of topic. I love a dungeon. I love a good dungeon. They're not necessary, even though we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. Even though they're great and they're fun, and I think they do a lot of things that are very unique. Critical Role Campaign 1 is still great and delightful as a D&D campaign, even without its presence of dungeons. And this is relevant. My wife is DMing for the first time. We're doing a head-to-head. It's one player, one DM. So it's just me. And so we had our first session and we were kind of talking through it afterward. She was asking me about like some advice stuff, and she talked about being nervous about designing a dungeon. And I was like, look, you don't have to design dungeons. You don't have to have a dungeon. Like, Critical Role gets by just fine without dungeons. Most of the time. Like, my current campaign that I'm running is very dungeon light. There's, like, maybe one thing that you could consider a dungeon so far in my entire campaign. I love dungeons. They just haven't fit well within this campaign specifically. This campaign is much more social and much more sort of about like town and relationship and faction building, and spending like long periods of time away from the town, especially in like a sort of perma-hostile environment, which dungeons kind of have to be, just doesn't fit well within the tones of the campaign. As someone who loves the dungeons, it just doesn't fit well within this current campaign. So yeah. Anyways, Oh, one very minor complaint about the 3-parter. Can't use the wiki to tell exactly where it cut. This is true. I agree in terms of that as a complaint about the 3-parter. It just kind of is what it is. Yeah. But yeah. Categorically speaking, we did go through the Whitestone Castle dungeons. That is true. I think it's because if Matt leaves them multiple options, they will explore all of them, and then that's the rest of the campaign. And that's where Zach the Bold's advice comes in. If you try to explore everything, you TPK. I think it's tough. And like, I don't, I'm not gonna argue with the ghost of Zach the Bold. Maybe I'll try to pull him on for an interview. I could cold DM him. Because, I've done interviews before about specific things that interest me and like specific videos that people have made. And I'd love to talk through this with him of like one of the sort of complicating factors I find in making a dungeon too deadly. Like if I make a dungeon that is in theory, CR appropriate, but where it is big enough and there are like a high enough quantity of dangers that if they explore everything, their resources will be drained out and they will TVK. That becomes difficult to me from a world building perspective and like a meshing it within the world perspective. Largely in terms of static threats, like threats that can't move. So I think a lot about adversaries. I'm not a huge trap fan, but if you're trying to up the like sort of net danger of a dungeon in such a way that adversaries won't like converge once the alarm is raised, you have to really lean into like traps or environmental hazards, which I love an environmental hazard, but it's hard to make that really consistent throughout the dungeon. Definitely not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. But I do find that it makes that much, much more difficult. Now, I think that's the sort of thing that could be addressed in something like a DMG. To my I haven't read the 2024 DMG, so maybe it does go a little bit more into it. To my recollection, the 2014 DMG mostly is like layouts, random tables. It doesn't do so much in terms of balancing overall, or in terms of like giving you as the GM a lot of guidance in how to balance the overall threat of a dungeon. It's much more concerned with individual encounters and how many encounters should be had throughout the day. But that's difficult when you're doing dungeon stuff. If you're trying to make the dungeon threat a little bit more like ubiquitous and widespread, to like parcel that off into discrete encounters. So maybe 2024 has a little bit more advice in that vein. I could see it, honestly. It seems like the sort of thing that they might dive into. But I haven't read it, so I'm not sure. Yeah. Now I'm imagining an old guy complaining that every rundown basement with bit insects and a single ghost qualifies as a dungeon now. Yeah, I mean, then that's where, like, the dungeon, what is a dungeon, gets a little squishy. Yeah. Do you think he makes straight dungeons for streamlining the show? Like, if hour-long sessions ends in a dead end, presumably the audience won't stick. I think there's certainly something to be said for the narrative pacing of a dungeon and how well or not well that would work for an actual play. I could see that being Matt's reasoning. I'm not sure. I could argue with it. I could present some rationale for why that's maybe not a necessarily like reasonable concern, but it is complicated and it is nuanced, and honestly, I wouldn't so much be trying to convince him that I'm right, because if I could sit down, even with Matt in this era of Critical Role, and we could have that conversation and about like why are they all straight lines, and he says for show pacing, I wouldn't immediately assume that I am right and he is wrong. He might just be right about that. My instincts are that is wrong, and I have some reasoning for why I think that, but he has the experience when it comes to running an actual play show and seeing where audiences do and do not stick in very real time. So I would be really curious to dive into the details of that, if that was his rationale. That is what I'll say. My instincts don't agree with that, but I would be very open to having my mind changed by someone who had more detailed insight on it. Yeah. I think it's also because the dungeon isn't important or the focus. It's merely a location that makes sense to be in for the focus, for what the focus will actually be, whatever they find there. I mean, it's tough. It depends on like what you actually want to get out of the dungeon, what it is like meant to accomplish. For me, and one of the reasons that I like dungeons is I almost exclusively use them to characterize the focus in this sort of framing. Right, whatever the focus of the dungeon is, whether it is an item that they are meant to get there, an adversary they're meant to contest there, a piece of information, what have you. I think that dungeons that are more explorable, especially at the party's kind of own pace, are good for characterizing those things. And my sort of theory for why Matt's dungeons are mostly straight lines is that broadly, the things that have been located in dungeons have been characterized elsewhere or in other ways, or Matt is not interested in characterizing them. So I would say Sphinx Mountain is a straight line because Matt was not overly interested in characterizing Kamalja Ori. Kamalja Ori did not really matter. Kamalja Ori was a vehicle to delivering the vestige quests. I would argue a similar thing about Opash and Raishan. I do think that Viscon did go towards characterizing Opash, and I think it could have done so even more. I think Viscon, to me, is the biggest miss. But to your kind of point, they weren't there for Opash. They were there for Raishan. And ultimately, Raishan has already been thoroughly characterized. So you don't need a complicated dungeon to characterize Raishan. You would need it to characterize Opash. But Opash wasn't the focus. Again, to your point, right? Opash wasn't the focus, so Matt didn't put a ton of time into that dungeon. The dungeon that I think got the closest to better dungeon design, again, weirdly enough, is the Underdark, and it was more important. The dungeon itself was what went towards characterizing Kvarn. And again, I think it was a little bit of a miss. I think that the lack of exploratory choices in who they interacted with was a weakness in how Kvarn was ultimately characterized. Or at the very least, it didn't help how Kvarn was ultimately characterized. So I think, the dungeons that I care a lot less about them being a straight line are the ones where the thing at the end of the dungeon was the focus, but wouldn't have been characterized by the dungeon, or Matt just wasn't interested in characterizing them. And I think that is broadly fair enough. But it's very kind of case by case in that sense. IMO, the dungeons get better in C2. That's sick. I'm glad to hear it. I think his players are more RP focused than Delvers. It's hard to say, It's hard to say when you haven't seen a lot of it from them. Like, debatably, this is very debatable, but debatably the Moonbrush is a dungeon, and they definitely seemed interested in exploring that. And they definitely bring RP into their sort of delving or their exploration. They're very highly social as a party. But I think the Moonbrush also kind of shows that you can work RP and you can work social stuff into your dungeons. Dungeons do not have to be purely combat. But it all just sort of depends on the risk and the resource utilization, right? The social encounters, which I think that debatably, this is what happened in the Moonbrush. The social encounters also have to kind of suck out resources, right? They have to act as resource sinks so that you can keep the overall challenge of the dungeon as a whole up. And I think we saw that with the werewolf social encounter. Was a good example of something that I don't remember how many resources it actually drew down. I don't remember if people cast spells or whatever, but it was a very high risk scenario that if I'm prepping out that dungeon or that area, we might say, I could imagine that werewolf encounter draining out some resources depending on how it goes. So, I don't know. But that all said, I do also kind of agree with your point of, from what we've seen of them, they seem less interested in that. But it's also hard to tell when we don't get a ton of examples of them going through it. Right, when we don't get a ton of examples of them going through a much more robust dungeon, it's hard to say how much they would like it or not like it, because I love a dungeon. I don't love straight line dungeons or going through straight line dungeons. So it's tough to say. It's tough to say. My gut is that Matt hasn't changed his dungeons that much for viewership. I do think he thinks a lot about pacing for the players, though, and he winds up in the same place. Maybe. It's hard to know. It's something that I think it's a really interesting speculation. I think it's a really interesting course of speculative thought. It's that kind of goes on the list of questions that I'd love to hear the answer from the horse's mouth. Because I think that Matt does maybe one of the best jobs ever. I think he's probably the quintessential example of what I would call, the magic trick. of D&D. The Wizard of Oz, don't look behind the curtain. I think he makes his world and his decisions feel grounded in like the reality of the fiction more than the narrative and the story. I think he makes it feel that way better than anyone I've ever seen. Like, I think he is like the quintessential example of making you feel like something happened because it just made sense in the fiction, as opposed to it made sense for a good story. And so when it comes to, how much is he doing for the audience, the players, the story, or just because it makes sense, I think it's hard to know from the outside, because I think he is so good at like kind of bringing it one level down. Because I think it's like doing it just because it makes sense in fiction is kind of down here. It's the closest to the ground. And then doing it because it's good for the audience, the viewing audience, is kind of the highest up. And then it's like doing it because it's good for the players is kind of in the middle. And I think Matt is so good at making everything feel like it is kind of lower on that gradient than it actually is behind the scenes. So I'd love to ask Matt about that, about like what sort of decisions were made for the purpose of the audience as opposed to the players or the like. And there's also there's kind of another gradient in the middle of like good for the audience, good for the players, good for the story, good just good because it makes sense. And again, I feel like he's good at like kind of making things seem like they're lower on that spectrum, which is amazing. Like that is a talent. Because I think as a DM, you should be trying to convince any viewer, whether that is, an online audience member or more often for us, a player at the table. You should be trying to convince the players that everything is lower on that spectrum constantly. And I think Matt is incredible at it. So it's tough for me to say. I'd love to ask him. Yeah. You just wish they'd found the Viscount ziggurat? Well, fucking also that. But anyways. Hey, look at that. We didn't even start the episode until we were almost an hour in. It's a normal Critical Eyes stream. Let's get into it.
6.
Okay. Okay, we don't notice any traps or any issues in the vicinity. You do see the footprints of Pike and Scanlan where they first arrived earlier before venturing into this cavern. And pushing forward about 20 or so feet, the smooth cavern begins to turn into more of a natural, almost a volcanic tube type.
I'm going to turn the speed up. I also forgot. I wanted to sort of draw out my mental map just a little bit of kind of the situation here. So it's like there was an entryway at the front, an entryway on the side, and an entryway up above. They did not go through either of these. They went through this. Here was the first face trap. Then there were 2 more face traps. And now we're kind of beyond that. Now we're spiraling down into a volcanic tube. That's my current recollection and impression of the dungeon so far. And I will say, already, we'll need to see how the rest of this is sort of structured. The fact that there are 3 separate entrances is an indication towards this being a more dungeony dungeon. Although there is also a factor of if all three of these entrances just funnel into one singular pipe, it's better than only having one entrance. But if it's just a straight line from there, then that's not much. So we'll see. I'm here because it's been an hour and I thought Mega is probably starting now. Well, not specifically about dungeons, but Matt said multiple times he makes a story for his players above all, and I don't have any reason to doubt him. I don't have any... How do I say it? That's what you should say. Kind of no matter what the truth is. And I don't even mean like from the perspective of someone doing an actual play. I mean as like a GM. That's like the answer. And it's the same as like, why did Thordak come and tear off Vorugal from attacking Greyskull Keep? Because it's just what he was doing in the story. Like, that's the answer to that. Because it just made sense. I don't believe that. But I do believe that that's what he should say. When I hear the quote from Matt of like, I'm just the arbiter of the world, I just manage and communicate the world, that's what you should say. It's also like almost inevitably inaccurate. So I also like, I'm not even saying that I don't believe this. It's more that it would be wrong of him to say anything other than that answer. And that answer almost inevitably is going to like fall apart in the specifics. I believe that might be the average. But I don't know. It's almost impossible to say that is how it is all the time. For even like a specific example of like, it's obviously very, what do you call it? It's like a very one-time thing, but like the Slayer's Take. I don't think the Slayer's Take arc was made for his players. And so I like, so it's hard for me to like, how do I say it? I guess like put any stock into that statement. Even if I believe him, which I probably do, honestly. It sort of isn't even about that. It's more about like, that is what you should say. And it's also going to inevitably have exceptions. And so when I talk about like the things that I'd love to ask him about, I guess we can say I'd love to ask him about like those exception cases, right? Even if this is like the general mindset, I'd be so interested in asking him about the times where it's not this case. Because it inevitably sort of can't be this case every single time, all the time. You know? But it's wiggly. It's wiggly, and it's not something that I have like a really strong opinion on in terms of like analyzing the show. It's something that I would love to talk about with Matt. I don't really find it. I don't find that I have a lot to say in terms of speculation about how often that is for the players or for in fiction. Sometimes there are specific moments where I do, like Thordak grabbing Vorugal. But overall, I think it's kind of neither here nor there for me, outside of those maybe specific moments. Because regardless of who it's for, it's more important to me about whether or not I think it's good in the specific moment. Yeah. The meta constraints conversation has been had multiple times, even if he's focused on the players. Outside pressure has been factored in before. Absolutely. And sometimes the meta constraints are focused or concerned on the player in terms of making Ashley the like in terms of making things good for Ashley. And so it also kind of depends on like what we mean by like the players. Is it like any player at the table? So is it like, is he focused on guest players over or on the same level as the normal players? I don't think that's the case. Like, given how, or at least I don't think that's the case sometimes. I could point to Garthok, I think was the name of the NPC right at the beginning, or the guest PC that was the member of the Slayer's Take right at the beginning of the Chroma Conclave arc, who had to wait all that time to come in. It's it's all just very complicated. I don't think it can be ever sort of boiled down into one influence or even a primary influence, or even if it can, I'd love to like talk through that with him of like, if that's your primary influence on your decision making, when does that get overshadowed? When does that get replaced? When do you value the opinion of the audience over your players? Is it never, or is it, what were the specific times? That would just be a fascinating conversation to me to like pick his brain on. Because I could totally buy that like his default operating procedure, like his default decision-making criteria is what would be good for the players. But I'd be really interested to know when that gets overridden, I think the Slayer's Take happened because they wanted to play with Felicia, Mary Elizabeth, etc. Okay, maybe. But then there was like some voting during it. There was like the weird like one shot where there was a bunch of voting. So maybe he's, cares mostly about the players when it's in the main campaign, but not as much in the one shots. I don't really care. Like I don't have like a huge like I think it's good or bad opinion, because I think he presents it very consistently well. And that's the more important part to me. But it's more like as a creative that like creates things for an audience and sometimes has collaborators that would sort of be equivalent to players. I would find it incredibly interesting to pick his brain on when those priorities shift, or even if he doesn't have a direct answer to that, like when have they shifted in the past? And like, what was the criteria that made that happen in those situations? Yeah. Or maybe I'm just projecting how it would feel. Maybe. That's not to say that there are no other influences, only that that's his highest priority. Yeah, sure. I can believe that. I can totally believe that. But yeah. There's a few things that I would be really interested to talk to Matt about. That would be one of them, is like, how do you balance the multiple sort of stakeholders almost? And especially, how do you balance having consistent people watching the story that are not able to directly interact with it? Because TTRPGs as a medium, when we're playing them at home, the vast majority of the way that TTRPGs are interacted with, the audience, the viewers of the story, are also writers on it, essentially. They're able to very directly interact with the story. And balancing that for an actual play would be incredibly interesting to pick his brain on, especially because Matt has developed such a reputation compared to something like Dimension 20, which like I think people much more consistently think is like built as a show is built maybe more for the audience. They're all performers that are all performing the story kind of for the audience's benefit. CR seems to be, and I guess kind of regardless of whether or not it is, really has the reputation of being kind of a peek into a home game, right? I've heard it described, I think it was being described derogatorily at the time, although I don't view it as that derogatory, of like putting a camera down in front of a home game. Now, I think that's sort of a silly framing personally, but it goes to speak towards CR's reputation of like this peek into a normal game. You feel like a fly on the wall, getting to watch a normal game. It's not a production. It's not kind of made for you. And I'd be so curious, not even if he's ever done anything for the viewers, but if he has avoided anything for the viewers. That'd be the thing I would be the most curious about. Like, are there any sort of plot lines or storylines, or even like individual points, individual plot points that he cut in favor of other things because he didn't want to display them to a viewing audience that could not interact with them? Because I could see that even from the perspective of like sort of like safety concerns, or like like comfort, or even displaying material that might be okay, or like people would feel comfortable displaying if they could individually interact with it as their characters, but they might not feel comfortable viewing as a passive audience member with no ability to interact. Like, I can see there being somewhat, higher stakes, more sensitive topics where that layer of interaction might matter for whether or not you would want to include it in the story. So I'd not only be curious if that has ever happened, because I would be, but if it has, like how often, and kind of if he has like lines that he's sort of set up in his head for the audience, or if it's a case-by-case thing, or if he just has specific types of stories that he targets rather than avoids. I don't know. I'd be so interested to pick his brain on it, man. Yeah. Stakeholders, corpo talk. Well, I never. Yeah. At what point in this CRF do you expect to end the stream? Dude, I don't know. Who knows? Alternative stopping points is 328. So 328 is the current target. We'll see. He did 2 interviews about CR being scripted. Okay, well, and before I even read the rest of it, and I'm not saying you're saying that this is what I'm saying. This is just, this was the topic of the interviews. I'll just put it out there because I haven't said it in a while. I don't think CR is scripted. Never have, never will. With bonus reaction and Professor Dungeon, if I can recall, he talks, and in them he talks about this stuff, but I'm not sure you can watch them because of spoilers. Yeah. Well, good to know that other interviewers are also curious about the same things I am. Or at least some of the stuff that I am. Yeah. I only feel that's like a 100% valid take for the first 20-ish episodes. After that, it's a blend of home game and entertainment product. It's balanced up. Yeah. He used the Book of Vile Darkness for a villain, and for sure that would not fly on stream / for the current audience. Those are the sorts of things that I would be really, really curious about. Like, did he purposefully scale down like the brothel stuff that seems to have been a thing that happened in the pre-stream days, and then it was like present in the early stream, but then it kind of wasn't? did he scale that down? Was it the players kind of naturally pulling back from that sort of stuff? Just because now they're on stream? It'd be fascinating to me. It'd be fascinating to know how much of it was natural versus intentional. Yeah. There were many cast moments in CR where they have said, I forgot we were filming, which weirdly just makes it feel like, oh, I'm watching friends play D&D. This is not a show. Which is like, yeah. And I think that is like, that's very much like the reputation I feel like they have and that I've experienced listening to other people talk about them. And definitely kind of where their sort of niche or expertise sort of lies is in making it feel so like natural and down to earth. Yeah. At least especially in these early days. There is a case to be said for fading to black during sex scenes. Absolutely. It's, I mean, to be very upfront about it, like one of my veils at my personal table is sexual activity. Like it's a fade to black at all of my tables for all the games I ever run. That's just a veil for me. And so those would be the things I'd be so curious about is like the lines and veils that he set up, not that his players had, but that he set up for the audience. That'd be something, again, as a creator and someone who is streaming and making content right now, that'd be something I'd love to pick his brain on someone that's been telling a story professionally on the internet for 8 years, 10 years, like Matt has. What are the sort of lines and veils he has for his audience? Yeah, it'd be so interesting. Yeah. It delves into a lot of dicey content, like villains practicing self-harm, etc. Sure. Yeah. It's a great example. Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. It'd be interesting. Anyways, let's get into watching the actual episode. I've been waxing philosophic for far too long. Let's get into the actual episode.
Physicality to it, and you can see to the left another tunnel merges with it. You begin to recognize this. It looks like this carved tunnel is now dovetailing into the path that you guys found your way in, the one that was collapsed on the exit. So now the path that you know and the path you're traversing have finally merged into one singular path.
I know this place, you guys. Let's go down the left one. Yeah. Right, there's one that's. If we can
keep going
go straight, or there's one that.
The one that's on the left will lead you back to the entrance where you first came in, but it was collapsed. The one you knew.
Yeah.
If you keep going straight, it'll lead you towards the light and where you saw these people last time you were here.
Yeah. If we go left, it's going to take us back the other way. So that's safe, but we can keep going straight where the light is.
God, I don't want to immediately pause again. Oh, I don't want to. But it's so crazy. I don't just want to keep glazing John Heater. I feel like people are going to think, especially if they don't have like the context of episode 99 and like watching my stream of episode 99, they're going to think that I just love Napoleon Dynamite. And that is not the case. I have basically no bias about John Heater coming into watching him as a guest player on this. But not only is he my favorite guest player so far, it's one of my favorite guest characters. And credit to Matt, it's one of my favorite ways that a guest PC has been used in terms of information. It's one of the only, like, I rarely use guest PCs at my table. Very, very rarely. But when I do, it's in this sort of way. It is, I give them special knowledge that the party needs. Not only because it gives them a very immediate reason to interact with them and to bring them along, but it also lets the guest PC sort of take the spotlight very naturally by just having this special information. And we already kind of had that with him leading them towards the mountain in general, but even now we're having it with Lionel, like, knowing the inside layout of this place, like Matt giving him this pretty direct advice that he can give the rest of the party when it comes to navigating the actual dungeon. Now, will that, does that simplify the dungeon? Maybe. I'm asking a lot of rhetorical questions this stream. I don't like rhetorical questions normally. I will make it a statement. That could work to simplify the exploration aspect of the dungeon. But within the context of Critical Role Campaign 1, when Matt seems pretty uninterested in exploration and dungeons, I think that's fine. I think simplifying something you already don't care a ton about for the purpose of highlighting a guest PC is a perfectly good trade-off to me. So, man, Lionel's just the best. He's the best. He's easily risen the ranks, like, as a total package. He's my favorite. The player playing him, the character, the way the character is being used by the story and the GM, just the full package with Lionel is just incredible. Compared, like, he's in my S tier. He's now my S tier guest PC. I think Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is in A tier. Patrick Rothfuss is in A tier. Will Friedle's in A tier. Like, I definitely have some that I really like, but I think John Heater's Lionel has firmly moved into being the sole inhabitant of S tier for me. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, they might still be alive. Hello, and I call it, hello!
Okay. And that goes, hello. Everyone make a perception check.
Oh. Sorry. Right now I'm looking at the back of Grog's ass. That's his perception.
Oh,
But I got a
19.
Oh, 19.
Ooh, 20.
22.
21.
Alrighty.
13.
19 you've got, right?
Yeah, there's 34.
34. Nice.
Total.
Perception. Oof. All right, everyone over 20. You listen out and you can hear very faint voices. And it sounds like moving quicker.
Scanlan,
Sorry. Yeah.
maybe now's the time for that door.
For the door? The mansion?
Yeah.
Let's run back to Okay. It takes a minute to cast. What company
What
coming?
voices sound?
I mean, they don't sound like they're getting louder. It sounds like there's, it doesn't sound like they're coming closer. You just hear voices.
Do you want me to?
Let's backtrack to the caved-in
Maybe it's my
tunnel.
friends.
Let's backtrack
Should
to
we
the.
go?
Let's backtrack to the caved-in tunnel and then set up the door.
Let's set up a door there.
You guys go. I'll wait here just in case.
I'll stay with you.
All right.
Be quiet.
Okay, you guys make your way towards the cave
I'll
entrance.
stay with the two of you because I can't see shit and I'll slow you down.
All right.
Shit goes
You can't see shit.
She lights, if things happen, they're gonna light up, it'll be all right.
It's true.
Okay. So you guys make your way back to the entranceway.
Actually, stay halfway between.
You stay halfway between. Okay. It's roughly about 150, 200 feet this direction.
Speaking of, this is a good place, I think, to highlight the issues with dungeons in 5e conversation that we were having earlier. No real new points to make, just highlight maybe some of the problems that exist here of, like, they're going into the dungeon. They are basically still fully kitted. Like, they're not fully kitted. Keyleth has expended some spell slots. Vex has taken some damage. But they have 11 party members. They're pretty much fully kitted. And rather than engage, they're just going to retreat and take a long rest in the mansion to be at their maximum capacity, right? This is essentially the type of behavior that makes, like, resource drain kind of impossible, within like, if you're like designing a dungeon as a DM. And it's a good highlight of when I talk about like 5e does not do you any favors as a GM when it comes to managing the passage of time, because the passage of time is what gets the player's resources back, and like draining out player resources is a fundamental part of balancing the challenge for various classes. And one of the reasons that, and the reason that 5e doesn't do you any favors is because it bakes that into the sort of balance and design of the classes, in that you spend time to regain resources, but it doesn't give the GM any framework or any assistance in progressing consequences or threats or risk as time passes. A good counterexample, I mentioned Blades a lot, but I'll mention Daggerheart here. It's really simple, and I think there's maybe, you can still make some critique. But on a long rest in Daggerheart, the GM gains fear. That is just a very simple, very straightforward way that is baked into the mechanics that no matter what else you do as a GM, taking a long rest, progressing the time, gives you a resource that allows you to elevate the risk within the situation. So if they take a long rest in the middle of a dungeon, they are now going back into that dungeon or restarting the exploration with the GM having more fear. And on top of that, if it's a long rest, you also progress a long-term consequence clock. Again, giving the GM mechanical framework and support around escalating risk for the passage of time. It's not just about, dungeons. This also goes for long-term exploration. It goes for when they're just like staying in a safe city, all that sort of thing. Basically answering the question of like in Baldur's Gate 3, why would you not just long rest before every single encounter, right? Because the passage of time for the vast majority of Baldur's Gate 3 does not matter. And it doesn't matter in D&D 5e either, unless the GM makes it matter. And so Matt is either going to need some sort of like clock that is ticking, some sort of way to deliver a consequence for them spending 8 hours not doing the dungeon. And we'll see if he has anything, but it is ultimately up to him in 5e. The DM guide does offer suggested encounters in Adventuring Day. The issue in modern D&D is more narrative-based and less a general world discovery exploration. I sort of agree with you, but the problem that I am talking about is more is like one layer up from that. It's not that D&D doesn't give guidance or frameworks for the GM about how to drain out resources, or like how to, or like the amount of challenge you need to present to your players in order for all the classes to be challenged and balanced. It is that it doesn't give the GM any help or any sort of framework around why can't they long rest in between, right? Because the only cost to a long rest is that 8 hours pass. That's kind of the fundamental down here thing, or I guess up here. I don't know where I am in the analogy. So the Daggerheart example that I gave, it is not so much that the fear is helping balance stuff. It is that there is a direct mechanical consequence besides 8 hours passing that occurs in Daggerheart. 8 hours pass, the time is spent in Daggerheart, but that is also mechanically represented by the fear and the long-term consequence clock ticking, right? Those are both mechanical representations of that 8 hours passing. Whereas in 5e, there is no mechanical representation of the risk escalating as time passes. That is fully on the GM to implement. And there are certainly people that are going to be more into that. Like, it is just a thing you need to keep in mind as a GM, regardless of if your game is narrative-based or not, right? Even if your game is a general exploration of the world, you as the GM are responsible for making sure that they can't long rest between every single encounter within that general exploration of the world. Why can they not just camp out in the middle of the dungeon, take a long rest, get all their spell slots back, and go on their merry way? Go Nova in every single fight. That's the question. God, the Hope Fear dynamic as a back and forth is so good. I love Fear. I could talk about Fear all day. Yeah. This makes me think of a C2 later arc where it gets much harder to get a rest. Sounds like Matt was thinking about it. Yeah. When a time-sensitive thing is presented or there's an enemy after you, then those 8 hours can be quite tense. 1,000,000% agreed. 1,000,000%. Yes. That is basically equivalent to, you know, that Daggerheart kind of long-term consequence clock. Of like, there has to be if the time passing, if the 8 hours passing is going to be the only cost of a long rest, then you actually have to think through as a GM, why is that 8 hours a cost? And it sounds like that those are two good examples of time-sensitive thing or an enemy's after you. In both of those cases, 8 hours is absolutely a cost. Yeah. D&D also does a very bad job of handling things happening in the world outside of the character's area of influence. For example, a shopkeeper always has to be at their shop. They can never be at home. I think that's fair. And like, I've heard some critique of the, I love Blades in the Dark. I've heard some critique of Blades in the Dark clocks, and specifically of their, kind of inclusion or implementation within Daggerheart, in that they make things feel too gamey or like gamified. I just sort of disagree. I think, because you don't have to use them as a GM. Like, you basically never have to use clocks as a GM in Blades or in Daggerheart. The reason that you do is to help you manage the time. It is to help you manage the things that are happening out in the world. It's a tool. You don't even have to present it to your players. You can have it purely behind the screen, because that's the sort of argument against clocks that I've seen, is that displaying the clocks to the players makes the game or makes the world feel more gamey when they can like see these like, little segments filling on the clock. It makes it feel more gamey than if, things just happen within the world. I hear that. Just pull them behind the screen. If that's the issue and you find that, to be disruptive to your game, pull them behind the screen. And that's it. I think you could do that in D&D tomorrow. I sometimes do. I sometimes have clocks in my D&D 5e games that I just don't put in front of the board. I just have them on the back end, and when we long rest, I tick a clock. Just one of the clocks. It just helps me manage what is going on in the world much better than just trying to handle it all abstractly in my head, or trying to handle it on like an actual hour by hour or like day by day basis. Which, in a sense, the clocks are just doing that. They're just an abstraction that helps you manage it as a GM. Yeah. Anyways, let's see if and or how Matt handles it here.
It's a shallower cavern to this area than the one you came through. It was a longer way in, but you managed to find the other end of this cave in. It's just rocks that have tumbled in and clustered. Keyleth, you glance over and you see shapes moving in the light. And as you glance up ahead, about 30 feet ahead of you, you see 6 figures heading your direction. Humanoid.
That's $100,000, yo. 6 figures moving your direction.
Oh God.
Amazing. Holy shit, a brand new Tesla is coming this way. Oh my god.
I don't think that's okay. Hey, we have.
Is it quiet? Oh, it is quiet. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot that you mentioned this earlier, John. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, it is quiet.
We have people.
There we go.
Came this way, about 6 of them. Just letting you know, probably gonna be some fighting coming up. And that is your update from the voice of the Tempest. Carry on. Okay, sorry.
Want to fight us?
All right, so you go ahead and you meet up with Keyleth. The rest of you are back by the doorway. Scanlan, you're taking a minute to cast this?
I mean, you told me to do this, right?
I thought we were not going to fight, but it's up to everybody.
We may need a place to disappear to, so yes, that would
It's still not a bad idea. We can hold him off.
I'm out of the fight then. So I'll just start casting and singing.
Okay, so Scanlan begins working on casting the
When
magnificent.
people keep repeating that you need a place to sleep, when everybody starts retreating, but you need a really cool keep. Let's scan and open the door. Let's scan and open the door. Let's scan and open the door to your house.
So as this is commencing, I missed
Never heard
that.
music. I want to stay back with him.
Okay, and
No, I'm kidding. I want to stay.
okay, so you go.
Yeah, I'm still with her.
All right, so we have Lionel, Keyleth, and eventually Vasquez, but the rest of you are still back at the entranceway.
I'm going
Percy's there.
to stand at the entrance to the tunnel and
Okay,
guard Scanlan.
Keyleth, you keep an eye out and you watch as they approach. They're in a sprint, a wild sprint. And you notice the humanoid figures, there's a lot of clacking sounds, and you immediately notice they're thinner than a fleshed out human. These are skeletal. They are skeletons in armor with shields and weapons, and they're just like, just scattering through the hallway towards you at a very fast pace.
And I'm just gonna say, oh, Pike. Pike, I think got some undead coming our way. Probably gonna need some divine smiting
right
of
out.
the divines.
Start.
And then
Pike's
as
a little late,
yeah,
so it's gonna take you a while to get there, but
as I call Pike, I'm gonna go ahead and be like, here we go.
what do you do?
Fireball.
A fireball.
I can see them, right? They're close enough, fish?
Oh yeah, no, for a fireball, most definitely.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Out of the spire.
Alrighty, so, Keyleth, I want you to go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. Okay, fireball is, hang on, wait. I'm not a sorcerer. I should have had this prepared. I admit I should have had this. It's like something D8.
Oh no, not
D10s, fireball. Fire.
Ball.
8d6 fire damage.
One of them rolled a natural 20.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Give me 2 more.
There was a 19 and a 20.
Interesting. Like, I don't have much to say about it yet. I think I need a little bit more context, but I think I'm leaning positive of, like, skeletons running toward them, but we're keeping this combat not in initiative. No one's rolled initiative yet, and we're keeping it in theater of the mind, no gridded map. Seems like it's probably how do I say it? This would be a good resource drain if resource draining mattered. But so I don't know. We'll see. I'm reserving opinion on it because if they are able to successfully go into the mansion, which maybe they won't be, if they're able to successfully go into the mansion and long rest, then this is just wasting time. If they aren't, this is a good, fast resource drain. It mostly matters on whether or not it matters if they're draining resources or not.
A 19 and a 20? What?
Your spell DC is what, 21?
21, yeah.
All right, so 2 of them make their save.
You reroll.
I reroll ones.
Fireball seems to be working. I thought they might be in like the anti-magic zone.
34 damage.
34 damage. All right, you watch as 4 of the skeletons just explode, their bones detonating and exploding all over the cavern. You watch as it just bounces around and breaks and shatters, and you hear them all clattering into the dust below. 2 more push through the flames. You can see their armor, what leathers they have on are now burning behind them. It's causing this glow in the alley. You see this, Percy.
How loud was this fire? Was this fire?
It's pretty loud. It's a fireball.
I'll take 2 shots of the 2 that came through.
Okay.
That's fine. We're here.
I'm gonna just curl up to the top and upside down, take 2 shots.
Okay.
Yeah, with my big rifle.
That's not bad. A 20 and a 27 to hit.
Both hit?
Actually, even more than yeah, 20 and
Don't worry about rolling damage, because even their minimum damage, with what damage they take from the fireball, both shots, you hit them both in the rib cage, like the sternum and the back of the spinal column, and they just fold into themselves and crumple into spinning pieces of bone. You watch as the momentum of their movement just causes them to scatter across the dust. Both of them just...
Hey, Pike called that order for that divine smiting. We're
Pike's running
gonna
up.
need it probably in a second.
I'm here.
Okay, let's.
Did you save any for me?
there'll be more.
I think there's gonna be
There'll be more.
Okay.
There's gonna be more.
I hope
got
so.
my mace
I want
ready.
I want some now.
All right, so you guys are waiting there. 30 seconds passes.
Skeleton.
30 seconds past Scanlan, you finish your spell, the doorway
Door's open.
appears up.
Job's done.
Doesn't appear to be anything else currently coming down the hall after you.
Scanlan, open the door. Scanlan, open the door.
No.
We going in or what?
Yeah, you guys in the camp? Let's go.
Can we leave something here? Is it some sort of alarm that we can set?
Oh, yeah.
Like a glyph.
Glyph of warding?
Like a glyph of warding.
Yes, we can.
Can we put it on the faces that already exist so that they'll think like,
That was really fun.
they'll be like, no problem.
And
but
an
it's
idiot
actually-
shall lead them.
What's an idiot?
Rotating clock twice a day. Well done. Let's take a long rest, see if we can get 2 more.
You do notice, Keyleth, that the flickering light, the firelight, is now getting brighter. It's not, the firelight is now becoming more of a white light. And it's a flickering white light.
Hey, how hot does a campfire normally get? Not that hot, right?
Not that hot.
Oh no. Something's bad. Something bad. Hey, Pike.
Yeah?
Fire. Fire's very white. White fire.
I can't see.
Feel like
you.
coming to the camp? Psych, ready?
Let's start backing up.
Okay.
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 Back up a little bit.
Let's
Do
just
you want
back
me
up to
to?
the
Are we close to the faces at all still?
You're maybe about, say, 70 to 100 feet.
So on the way back?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, on the way, you're backing up through a different tunnel, so there's no faces that you've seen on this side.
Let's just leave it at the.
Set it on the
Let's just
ground
leave it at the shifts if they go up our tunnel. We'll know
Great.
about it.
Can I throw up a glyph of warding right there?
A glyph of warding. Is the casting time in the glyph?
Warning.
A gift for someone.
What's the casting time in the glyph?
Gift of warning.
Hold on.
A gif of Corden.
Can't find
Yes,
the
that one.
card.
We can't find the card.
Give me just a second.
Let's
Probably-
find the
probably a
door.
minute,
If it
right?
slipped underneath.
I'm finding it right now.
Probably a minute.
You think?
Everything fun takes a minute.
All right, glyph of warding is 1 hour casting time.
Oh, never mind.
You know what?
Come on.
Let's sit
We don't
down,
have time, so maybe we can just hop into the mansion.
Watch an episode of House of Cards.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
the Glyph
yeah,
of warning
yeah.
will be done.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out. Wait, hop in the mansion?
Let's hop in the mansion.
All right, you guys hop in the mansion?
Yeah.
All right, you all make your way into the center of Scanlan's magnificent mansion. Lionel, you step through this like weird sparkling purple doorway that wasn't there before. And as you go through, the temperature all becomes very comfortable warm. Like it's well kept inside. It's climate controlled. There's these beautiful marble pillars. There's this like royal red and gold carpet that spreads out over this like dual staircase that winds up to a second floor. It's a gorgeous mansion. The interior is just immaculately designed. And you watch as about a dozen or so spectral people suddenly float in with their arms crossed and just give a bow and a nod to you as you arrive.
Before we go in, we throw down the dust of tracelessness.
Nope.
Cog.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are all inside the mansion.
That's fun.
Been a while. You've redecorated.
I put some new art pieces in here. They're all counterfeit, but you know, it's still good.
And as a very classic, oh, they're in the mansion, I'm going to speed up because they're in the mansion. This is... Oh boy, not a lot is happening this episode. Also, I did... seems like a good place for me to give my opinion on lines and such. I think fair to maybe detect that the whole Matt does the whole dispel magic on the mansion in C3 could be considered a spoiler. For me personally, it's vague enough that I'm okay with it. Which I know is not intuitive to any party that might be in here or have an opinion on it. So I just wanted to give a sort of trend line point on what I think is vague enough versus not vague enough. I think that was vague enough, but it was approaching a line of spoilers. But I think we're all good.
How's the menu?
It's
The
also
menu's changed
20
quite a
years
bit.
before I get to C3, yeah.
Kaylee got sick of chicken about 2 weeks in.
No, all good.
So
All
she's got
good.
me on this vegan thing. She says it'll make me last longer and feel healthier and stuff.
Last longer?
Well, live longer. She said all that meat was probably bad for me, so it's all salads now.
Only salads.
Yeah, different kinds of salads.
Oh, that's it? That's all they make is salad?
That's what she told them to make, and that's what they're making for me now.
But
yes.
you run the place.
Well, I don't want to cross her. She has me on a diet, and I'm trying to stick to it. So it'll be all salad.
Is it more tasteful in here now?
Tasteful?
Is it more tasteful in the mansion?
Is it more tasteful in the mansion? No, I didn't think so.
Is the picture still up that Pike commissioned?
It's a pretty nasty.
Yeah, sure.
That's
yeah,
very,
fair.
very much so.
Are you going to replace that?
70s old budget Poland, I suppose it could be.
Maybe we should all retire to our rooms for a while and come back for dinner.
Is Terry, does he have his own room as well?
Oh, that's the fancy fellow you've brought with you.
Yeah, Terry Scanlon's
The,
Terry.
the new Scanlan. Yeah, right.
Terry, say hi.
Hello, I'm Terry Darrington. I've been quite pleased to spend some time with your friends for the last year, and it's you have wonderful friends. You should honor and cherish them. They are the best people I've ever met in my life, and this is a lovely home you have.
It's quite beautiful.
Scanlan, don't be rude, respond.
It's nice to meet you too. Thank you for looking after my friends. I guess any friend of Vox Machina is a friend of mine. I don't know. You can use the downstairs, the basement room.
Well, Scanlon, you can add a room at the thought.
He can have my room.
He can have your room.
Do you have any bunk beds?
No, I don't have bunk beds.
Do you have a hammock?
No, I don't think I do, but there might be some spare cots and stuff downstairs.
Lionel, there is a war room down in the bottom of this bitch. Trust me.
War room?
Yeah, it's got like all the things people like you and me need. We're covered.
Sweet.
Yeah. Sandpit, fighting dummies.
Dibs on the sandpit.
Shit.
Don't make me feel like I'm at home. Wrap that
Fair
sand
enough.
on.
There's also the spa, right?
Yeah, it was destroyed but rebuilt. It's lined with iron now, in case there's an explosion. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys all scatter to your rooms for a moment to make a rest?
I mean, I guess so.
You want to play some cards or something?
Sure, that would be great.
Can I go back to your room?
That'd be fine, yeah. All right, let's go.
Alrighty. You guys head back to Scanlan's room. We're going to take a break here. We'll return here and pick up from that exact moment here in just a few minutes. Real fast, we do have a Wormwood giveaway. It's pretty crazy tonight. It is the Black Walnut.
You know, I want to compliment and critique Liam simultaneously for the exact same action, because I think it's great and tough all in one. Liam is really good at pulling characters for one-on-ones in a way that I think is like truly good and commendable, and is a skill that very few players I've ever played with have. Like a comfort and a like ability to do it in a way that feels natural. Separately. Right now, man. Right now, when we're in the middle of exploring this ziggurat, and we have the guest player, and we need to get them. We need to like get through this story. Like, you guys know where Scanlan is now. You could have one-on-ones later. So the timing maybe leaves a little to be desired for me personally, especially when the pacing of this session is already just 1 mile an hour. But that is paired with, damn, is he good at pulling people for one-on-ones. And I have to respect that, even if I don't respect his timing for doing so right now. Let's see, where is the end of the break? 23:57. 23:57. Wait, 23. No, 31:57. What am I talking about? Go check out Wormwood. Wormwood. They're giving away things.
Congratulations on our 100th episode. Wormwood giveaway. Also, it's come to our
Wormwood
attention
giveaway.
that the chat room on the internet is convinced that this is not a real set, and we are apparently on a green screen. So I wanted to show you guys how incredibly
show us your mind work, man.
real
Show us your mind
this.
work.
No, I'm kidding. It's real. It's a real set. It's actually here. It's all.
Such a good job.
It's a real set.
Don't fuck up the wrinkles. They look so good in the light.
Sorry.
Sweet laser ray!
But I do understand illusions are prominent in magical realms,
There's a
apparently.
beautiful spot behind you. Can you give us one Vidal Sassoon wave of your...
No.
Okay.
And a halo around you because of the shield.
Kind of
You
halo.
look like Jesus.
I hate you all so much.
Your hair is like extra fluffy. No, you love
God damn
us.
it. All right. You're like, before I listen to these people.
Terry.
What? Maybe he's born with it.
Terry. All right, so leading us back where we left off. You guys had all scattered to your various rooms in Scanlan's magnificent mansion. Vax, you had gone off with Scanlan.
Catch up, play cards.
All right, so make your way to the chambers.
Boy, it is more extravagant in here than I remember.
Well, to be fair, you hadn't spent a lot of time in my room.
No, but there was just one mirror on the ceiling, and now there are 3.
Well, I need to get every angle, don't I?
Yeah, that's weird. Do you want to play cards?
Sure, rummy gin rummy, pinochle,
Yeah, I'll pretend to know what those are.
spades,
Sure.
hearts.
Let's do hearts.
Okay. Deal.
Okay. I have no idea how to play this game.
I will win.
Vax does. All right, so how... catch me up, man.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot to talk about in a year.
What happened in the beginning? What happened right after...
And this is why I say Liam's good at it, is because, like, I can't blame Vax for doing this. It's just ludicrous within the overall context of this as a session that we are all playing. It's not ludicrous at all within the terms of the story. It makes perfect sense to me in terms of, like, the motivations and actions of the character. And I think Liam is really, really good at that. But man, wild to, yeah, just we're in like a Flintstones car powered by our feet in terms of the pacing this episode, man.
You left first couple of weeks.
Well, we went on sort of a walkabout. Me and Kaylee went off to the woods, did some camping. We found some travelers and sang to them and just told stories like we do.
Yeah.
Entertained some folks. Some nights were spent alone, some nights in the company of people who wandered by. We weren't too far away from Whitestone.
So how did you get to Marquette?
After about a month or two of just sort of being hobos, I guess, she wanted to do something, anything. She was getting bored, she's young. So I told her, well, I don't really have anywhere to go, but I do know of 2 fuckfaces I have to get revenge on. And I asked her if she'd be interested in that. And she said, fuck yeah. So she came down with me. We got a boat, went across the sea, and we went back to that casino. It was really the only sort of piece of unfinished business from our time together that I had to deal with.
And that somehow stumbled into all this.
Well, when I got my revenge on them, I learned a bit about what they were up to. They weren't really drug dealers. It's embarrassing, but the drugs they sold me were not real. I know that's hard to believe, but I was swindled by them.
That is hard to believe. I don't think it's true.
It is true. They sold me a bunch of shit.
No, surely not, no.
But they were in this other game of selling counterfeit stuff. And so I did the thing that I knew would hurt them most. I took away their counterfeiter, and now he works for me.
Wow.
So I put them out of business, and I put me into business. And since then, I've been just kind of doing that for a while, and it turns out I'm very good at it.
That actually is not surprising.
We don't try to swindle people who are innocent.
Yeah.
We started off by taking down, well, not taking down, but ripping off a few guys who were sort of corrupt officials in the city. And just sort of built from there. It's not a big operation, if I can be honest with you. It's just me and Kaylee and a few other people.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I think it's pretty cool.
Thank you. It is kind of cool. I have this persona, and people know who it is, and when I go places, they're scared of me a little bit.
Well, I mean, you did save a fucking continent. You are scary.
That's true.
It is true.
I helped. A bit.
A bit. You've had a year to clear your head. Do you think it was just a bit?
I don't know. Maybe. We all did our part. We all did our part.
You know there are multiple times we'd all be dead if it weren't for you. You know that. You know that. And the same could be said for any of us. That's true, but
yeah,
you take any one piece away and the tower falls. Jenga, man.
I don't know what that game is. But I know. Listen, I did a lot of thinking over the year, and I appreciate you all much more now than I did. And I realized that you probably appreciated me too, but at the time I didn't know. I was so used to being a loner that I didn't know really how to behave in a group. That's all. And so I left.
Well, it was ugly on all sides when you left, but I've always understood why you left. I admire it.
Really?
I wish my dad gave half as much effort as you have this year, or I used to. Anyway, we've missed you. Everybody has.
That's not true.
It is true. And I certainly have. And if I did anything or said anything to make you feel lonely, I'm sorry. I really am. Fucking missed you, man.
You don't have to apologize for anything. It was me, and I don't know if we'll ever have what we had before, but I can tell you that fighting alongside you all was the best time of my life. And not because of the glory or the fortune or the fame that we got. It was just to fight alongside you and to see the looks on your faces when I did something really cool in battle or...
Every time. Fucking every time. I know I miss that flair.
But you've got this new guy and he seems really, he's very handsome.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, he's good looking, that's true. I don't know that I mean, we've kind of scattered a bit. I live in Zephyr.
Oh, really?
I'm on holiday, yeah.
Zephyr Heights?
Pretty much, yeah. It's all Zephyr Heights.
Okay.
No, I'm very happy right now.
You are happy?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
I was happy for a long time.
But still with the black. You're not giving that
I mean, this is, no, this is part of the bargain.
I mean, just some turquoise could pop it up a
yeah,
little
but
bit?
you know, I have sunshine in my life every day, so it's fine.
That's true. How's that all going?
Fucking the best, man. It's the fucking best.
Yeah?
Yeah. But you know, all I care about is that you're happier now than you were. You seem a little happier.
I'm certainly better off than I was when I left you all.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm happier. Just better off.
Well, that's a step up. And Kaylee, is she better off?
Most certainly.
Well, that's great.
Listen, thank you for coming up here and stuff. I don't really know what to do with the others.
Well, again, a lot of hard shit was said on your way out in many directions. And, you know, the way I look at it, it's to be expected. We went through hell together. That's going to have an effect. But even the ones who are angry at you, they did miss you. And family doesn't break apart that easy. And don't scare away. Just be patient.
I'll try.
Clap him on the back of the head.
If I can't reach.
I can. I love you, man.
You too. I'm sorry.
It's good to see you.
We're not going to play cards, are we?
I don't know how to play this game.
Yeah, okay.
But thanks for the conversation.
Sure.
That's been about an hour, I think.
Yeah, you should just go.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'll walk away.
Alrighty. All right. If anyone else wants to do anything else before dinner or after?
I take all the mirrors off the roof of our bedroom while he talks with Scanlan, and then we go to sleep.
There are mirrors in yours as well?
Awkward. Yeah, I mean, I assume.
I hadn't intended on it, but there's definitely a mirror in there.
All right. Your wonderful expose on salad types are presented to you by the spectral servants.
Gross.
A fantastic dinner of greens of all shades.
Where's the meat?
There's like lima beans.
Do they serve meat for guests, or is it just Scanlan that's
No, there was
barred
even
from?
This is not even chicken?
in this
Just
mansion?
no.
Chicken salad?
The closest we have is lima beans.
They know how to make chicken, though. I know the servants know how to make chicken.
If I have them make chicken, they'll tell her, and I'll get in trouble.
Tell her you didn't have any.
That's true. I have an idea. Bring me a cow. No, I'm kidding.
The spectral servants like,
Don't do it.
I worked once before.
Listen, they make a great cucumber salad. They've got an excellent endive.
What?
Fabulous.
A couscous salad. Couscous. And
So basically,
a tabbouleh?
it's one of those meals that you're still hungry when you eat
yeah,
it
it's
all.
really not filling at all. It's terrible. It's terrible.
and he's not
Do we
lying.
lose hit points
Oh,
from this
shit,
meal? Do we
did you
actually
say
literally...
That we have to buy chalices before we have any more fucking feasts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit balls.
Be all right. Said that.
We're out of chalices.
However,
Do you have any chalices? In here.
Does anyone have a chalice?
Over what?
they're referring to the Hero's Feast
Oh, yeah.
meal, but no, you need to, stuff like that, you stock up on.
We gotta remember. We gotta do it.
All right, so the meal is filling to varying degrees of enjoyment, but you find rest at your disposal relatively early into your day, though it is night at Ank'Harel. You guys have been awake for approximately 5 hours. So do you go to rest?
I mean, if we all rest, when we wake up, those things are going to be swarming outside the door, right?
It's potential, or they could have given up. And what if we just like peek out the door and
We can
see?
do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Peek out the door.
Okay.
Very stealthily, open the door a little bit and see.
Keep the
Is
chain
there-
on.
I'm
just
gonna,
like-
I'm gonna stay inside the
like
door,
in the
but just
York
look
apartment.
outside the door.
Okay. You peek outside the door, and right as you glance through, you see about 13 or so skeletons that are just all clustered right there at the door going,
Shut it.
I feel like I can wait till morning.
She turns around calmly.
I think it might keep getting worse. I'm not sure.
Maybe we should
Wait till
sleep.
morning and we throw Pike out the door.
Yeah, that's fine. Can,
Yeah.
I'll volunteer.
Can they come into this?
No, they have to be invited.
That's the beauty of this place.
Are they vampires?
Yes.
They're all bones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're okay. They can't come
For a
in.
while.
Is there a back door to this place?
Oh, no.
Okay. So if we wake up in the morning and there's like 200 of them, then we're kind of screwed.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're okay.
We're actually...
We're Pike.
We have options.
What's Pike gonna do? She's super
It
special.
just happened, and undead is my favored
Undead?
terrain.
Are you gonna talk to them?
I could, but what's
if
the point?
Well, maybe they have secrets. Maybe
Maybe
do
we
you
offer them
commune
salad
with
and go
skeletons?
away.
Not all
I-
skeletons are like ducks.
Yeah,
Not
some
all
of them
ducks are
a
like
lot. If we find your friends, I can talk to them if they're dead.
Maybe they're like unhappy with their employer. Maybe we can find their good side.
some undead.
That's not a bad idea, but
I'm sorry. I've never talked so much. I'm just really hungry after that stupid meal.
same, it's okay. I feel
A
starving.
nightcap.
They can make you a fruit smoothie.
Yes.
God.
I want that. I do want it.
Yeah,
Yes, bring it.
That may be
Bring us some
breakfast.
for
Give
tea.
me the rent. You don't want
Can we
that.
put some rum in it?
Can you have eggs? Or is that not?
You said a nightcap. Someone said a
That's not
nightcap.
vegan.
She said vegan. I mean, she's no eggs.
This fucking sucks.
A shallow ghost of a dinner served by shallow ghosts of
mad if
people.
we eat.
I'm ready for a nightcap and an end of the evening.
You said nightcap.
Should get mad.
Yes, I did.
So you pull out the various bottles you've stored amongst Grog's bag of holding, scatter a nightcap amongst those who wish to partake, and find yourself resting for the evening within the mansion.
To the death in the morning.
To a pina colada.
Walking towards the rooms, can I just pull
Undead
Pike
in
aside
rain.
for a second?
Sure. So as you guys heading off.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I'm just finding myself a little angry.
Well, I think it's reasonable to be angry.
And I'm trying not to be.
It's a different side of you.
I know, I don't like it, but I can't help it. What should I do?
Well, your emotions are justified.
Okay.
But you found it in your heart to forgive your family, and they did terrible things to you. Maybe it's harder with people that are closer. They cut deeper.
Yeah. I think it's just because I didn't really know them. Maybe it was easier to just let them go. And I wasn't as angry as I am with him.
We're about to take a break, so I'm gonna pause there. Also, the music may or may not be working, so I might need to pull something up on it in another tab. But man, like, I don't have a problem with anything that's going on here individually. But it's like they sense any amount of momentum building up and say, whoa, slow it down there. Let's take our time for a moment. I gotta have a one-on-one. Ooh, we're all about to like do something together and progress time. Hey, let's go talk over in this hallway. Talk about not streamlining for What's up? Hello. Also, no comment. No comment. I refuse to inspect that. I do plan to split the remaining episode, although we're ironically making pretty good time. So the mid-second half stopping point was 3:28:05 that John recommended. We'll see. I might go a little bit longer. Although I'm not even going to give a percentage likelihood chance, because it really depends on like what happens at that stopping point and whether or not I feel like I'm about to crest the hill into something I can't back out of. Because my voice is feeling okay right now, but it's been a little weak lately. I've been recording a lot. I recorded for like 4 hours yesterday. And so I'm trying to space stuff out if I can. But to be determined. What the fuck? Why did that do? Whatever.
Have you talked to Sarah and Ray about it?
No, I'm just nervous. I know what she'll say and have me do, and I just want to be...
You don't want to do it yet?
I don't want to do it. I just want to be mad for a while, I guess, but I don't know. I guess just seeing him again, slowly but surely, I'm not as mad, but...
He's still charming.
I know, I just feel like I'm just acting like I'm mad almost around him. Like
right.
I don't know, he's making me feel so many different kinds of emotions. I'm confused.
Well, I don't know what tomorrow will bring.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a battle of some sort, which is usually life endangering.
Yeah.
Just ask yourself if you'd want to die without saying how you feel.
Okay. That's a good idea. I would feel very bad if something happened to him and I didn't say anything. I mean, if I died, then I just wouldn't know, I guess.
You'd know a few minutes later when we tried to bring you back.
I'm
just spit on you, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I don't care. Okay. Well, that's true. Well, thank you.
It's hard.
I know. It is hard.
Well, you know, if you feel like staying up and wandering around and talking to some
I
people.
come running up. No, now, we're going. Good night, now, no more. Good night.
Well, good night.
Thank God, Taliesin. Oh my God. Me and Taliesin have rarely been on the same page about meta stuff. Well, that's not necessarily true, but I often am on separate pages of Taliesin when it comes to meta stuff for this session, but holy shit. Thank you, Taliesin.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, you two.
We haven't been here in a while.
I know. I kind of want to break a few things. You've earned it, fucker.
I go and I knock on Grog's door.
Okay. The Grog doesn't have a door. Grog is currently staying in the war room area.
Oh, that's right.
So as you head down,
Are they both in the same?
you see curled up on the sand pit this half-orc snoring loudly, kind of like a golden retriever that had rotated twice and passed out in the sand. And Grog, what are you doing?
I'm like the dog that stared at the cat that stole its fucking bed.
Can't argue with the dibs policy.
It's supreme. It's absolute. It's binding in all planes.
All barbarians understand it. It's the law.
I stand next to him and stare at Chad, Lionel, in the sand pit.
This is bullshit, right? I mean, everything I had, everything I was, right there. Just another one.
Grog, I know that you probably feel replaced, but there's no way he could fill your shoes.
I mean, he's big. Look at those feet. It's like clown feet. I bet he's a
know.
great swimmer.
They're a little bit. He could. I mean, but his feet are just like a little bit too big, you know?
Yeah, too
Your
big.
feet are just right.
Right.
I have an idea. How about we go get a bunch of blankets, the ones out of my room, we'll just make a fort by the fireplace. We'll just make a better spot.
A new spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think I just talked to Vex, and she said that maybe if something were to happen tomorrow, maybe it would be better to just say some things so you're not, you know, thinking about it if somebody dies.
Is somebody dying tomorrow?
No,
Are you
maybe,
gonna die?
I don't know.
Oh, you mean the world to
No,
me? Listen,
I'll be fine, I
no,
promise. Just, I guess, Scanlan.
What?
Maybe, do you feel like you want to talk to him?
No. Yes. No.
I think I'm angry with him, but I can tell you're also angry with him.
Yeah.
So I'll stay mad at him as long as you are. You know?
Really?
But I feel like maybe he feels a little bad.
Are you sure? I can't tell. I mean, he changed the inside of the mansion. He's got a new dog sleeping in the sandpit. He called him his best man. You heard it. I did.
Dude, if fucking Critical Role is scripted, they need a fucking editor, dude. They need someone to pace this shit out better. Critical Role can't be scripted. No writer with 2 cells between them would put this many narrative one-on-ones right next to each other in the middle of the dungeon. You space this shit out, bro. None of them are bad. They're all good. I like all of them. But space it out a little bit. Ah. Oh my God.
That was weird.
Yeah, it's fucked up. That's what it was.
Well, you know what we should do? We should just tomorrow.
Kill him.
That's definitely an option. But I feel like maybe we could just try to be better than him. You know, like maybe you could just really show off and show him that you are better and that we're better and we're better friends and, you know, that he should just come back and hang out with us.
No, I like this idea. I mean, this is really something we can roll with. Yeah,
Okay.
he should miss us. In fact, he should be coming to like beg us to be like, I miss you, you're so cool.
He should, yeah.
We gotta make him remember.
We gotta make him remember.
Yep.
We gotta make him remember how great we are
Yep.
and what he's lost.
Yeah. So tomorrow, all the tricks out the bag, throw caution to the wind, you and me, it's a show.
tricks.
Yeah.
I suddenly wake up. You guys, I'm used to seriously sleeping alone. You guys are talking so much.
Oh, sorry, we didn't realize you were just awake.
Just roll
We're
over
gonna
and
go.
if you like pile the sand up, you make
It's
little
not working. I'm used to silence.
We're
And you
gonna
guys are like
We're gonna
All right, we'll
too
go.
We're
alarmed.
gonna make a blanket fort.
Make a blanket fort by the fireplace.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As you guys go.
This is a good question. This is a good question that I will try to be as thorough about as I can, because no, I don't think so. I don't think it would bother me as much, but it would still bother me because pacing is like a purely contextual thing. Like it is very dependent upon upon its surroundings. And in TTRPGs specifically, unlike say a book or a movie, maybe more resemblant to like a TV show that's not doing the binge model, it's like it not only matters the sort of inter-episode pacing, but also how long the actual session is, where you start it, where you end it. Like those things also all matter, not only for just the feel of it, but also to communicate the meaning behind what you're trying to convey as a GM. Where you start and where you end does impact that stuff. So it wouldn't bother me as much. I'll be perfectly honest. But it would probably bother me in separate ways. So like if they had all of these conversations and then say just ended early, like they just ended at say the 3-hour mark right around the end of this mansion sequence, I would also say that is a incredibly lackluster and slow way to end the session. And we would also then probably have a conversation about the guest player and, their time of like, how, and I think it's kind of an open question and that can be kind of determined at each table of how much precedence does the fact that you have a guest player take when determining how much of like interpersonal party plot that you do, because none of this has involved Lionel in any way. And not only has it not like not only has it not affected him, he's also pretty unable to interact with it. Like, credit to John Heder for that joke and for moving him on, but like, these aren't really scenes he has the opportunity to participate in, and they are conversations that just could happen later when you don't have a guest player that is more able to interact with the like overall plot. So I think if they ended it like right after these, I would be making probably different critiques in that sort of world. But they definitely would be different. Part of my main issue is that this is so slow, especially for like not an inciting incident necessarily, but for like rising action especially. And it is also not only set against what's going to happen after it, but it is also set against what happened before it, which was an incredibly slow process of exploration of not only them like getting to Ank'Harel, but the actual like exploration of the outside of the mountain was so slow and so plodding and so careful that it feels like at no point we have been able to build any sort of momentum, and that is important for things feeling important and like they matter. It's important for building tension. It's really hard to build tension from basically like a standing stop, you know? You need to kind of build up to the run a little bit. And maybe they will, but that build up takes time. And so if you want to have any tension for any sort of reveal this session, they are kind of pushing out how far away that can happen. And the later it gets in the night, and this is a thing not with TV, but with TTRPG specifically, of everyone's doing improv. This is all happening in real time. So every minute you spend, the later you push the session, the more people's batteries, kind of social and creative batteries sort of drain. And like that real life time passage really has an effect on how they will interact with and react to the story. And so if you really arrest the momentum, arrest the development, you might say, and then you have to take your additional time to ramp up towards the tension, you are pushing that in terms of real life time further and further into a spot where the players will be less able and like less proficient at interacting with that tension once they actually get there. So that's my big issue with it in this context, but it's good to note that my critiques would be very different if the session was shorter. And like we were looking at it, if the context around this changed, my critique would almost inherently change because it is very context driven. It's very good to point out. John Heder wins again. I guess DM framing then, if you've got a situation similar and players are RPing like this, how would you deal with it for the session? One of the things that I think is... I'll sort of answer it in two ways. One of it is a little bit of a dodge, and then I'll answer it more specifically as well, maybe more helpfully. The dodge is sort of, you have to make sure there's a time pressure. You have to make sure that them going into the mansion in the first place, or them camping in the first place, during the middle of you ratcheting up the tension towards some sort of reveal or climax, is either impossible or is discouraged and will basically give you excuses to do that ramp up of tension even faster. Or if even more broadly, even if the players are just aware that the fact that they are resting is having consequences. Like if they're aware that the passage of time is having consequences, that will inherently ratchet up the tension even as they have these sort of lower lying conversations. So there's that part. Secondarily, or I guess more in the moment, if my players were like kind of doing everything that has been done and I'm just plopped into Matt's seat right here, how do I handle it? I just take every opportunity to move the time, to tick to the next time sequence. And that might be a little bit rude, I suppose. And it would also depend on exactly what I had planned. The like I said, the context matters. I'm sort of assuming that we are trying to ratchet up the tension and that there will be a big reveal towards the end of this at the ziggurat. Those are my assumptions. If those are different, then Matt would want to make different decisions. But just I would try to take every excuse I could towards getting them out of the mansion. Just every excuse I could to progress the time. And that is stepping on their ability to RP a little bit. It's not good, but I think we're in kind of a bad situation right now. I think Matt has just kind of some bad choices in front of him. Is either he can kind of just let it all play out and work itself out as long as the players want, and that's bad because it's pushing out the time, or he can kind of a little bit more forcefully cut it, and that's also bad because it's stepping on their ability to RP. In my opinion and with my assumptions, I think that stepping on their RP is the lesser of those evils. But to totally eliminate the evils, I think you have to go further back in how this was all set up. There needs to be a stronger time pressure, like a sense that they need to go and do this now. Or just a sense of rising threat of any kind. If you want to like ramp up to that. Or if you don't want a time pressure, which I can see Matt reasonably not wanting here, there has to be, I'm trying to think of the word I would use for it. There has to be like an event horizon. There has to be like a point at which they cross where long resting is no longer feasible because of the inherent danger of the environment. Where like just like casting the mansion, it takes a minute to cast, where that is no longer feasible, or where that is very, very difficult. That can be accomplished a few ways. I think one of the more classical ones is like a wandering monster or wandering monster tables. If you don't have something like the mansion and they are like camping out in the open, they could obviously get like their rest could literally be interrupted. The mansion somewhat prevents that. If we're looking at CR specific options, I'm sort of surprised that the anti-magic zone doesn't kind of extend all the way out to here, although maybe this doesn't have an anti-magic zone. Maybe there is some sort of extraplanar prevention that prevents teleports like the Dimension Door and the Magnificent Mansion. And you could even establish that before they even try to cast the Magnificent Mansion by having Scanlan, be able to teleport in with his Dimension Door, but not be able to teleport out. He has to, like, walk out earlier when he went to go and retrieve the arrow. So even if you have something like the mansion, there are some steps you can take towards making long resting within this environment just not feasible. And if long resting isn't feasible, these sorts of really like pace dragging conversations are also probably not feasible. So yeah, I think there's some things that have to be hit beforehand, but if you haven't hit any of those, if like everything is the way that it is before they've entered the mansion here, I don't think you have a lot of good options, unfortunately. It just sort of is the way it is. As the players, fucking wait. Right? Like you asked in terms of DM framing, obviously. So I was answering, what am I going to do as Matt? From the player perspective, guys, fucking take a second. Even if you want to have a conversation, save it for later. Just a few of them. And it's tough because I get it. And they're all good conversations. Like I don't think any of them were like an individual waste of time. It is just like all within the context of like creating the story in a way that is going to be impactful. Like nothing about any of those scenes were bad. They were all having a good time. Yeah, like Chad Noir said, the players are having a blast. And one of your jobs as the GM is herding the cats, making sure that it's the Brennan Lee Mulligan analogy that I will reference occasionally of the players are like water falling down a hill or falling down like a pachinko peggle, like a peggle. No, not peggle. What am I thinking of? Maybe pachinko. Like they're like falling down a board. And you always want the players to be taking the most direct path. Like you want them to take the path that makes the most sense in the fiction and for their characters, and you never want them to have to modify their behavior for the story, which is what I was, just saying. It's like, oh, the players should save it for later, right? You never want that. That is, I think, something that GMs should try to avoid at all costs. And it is like one of, I think, the GM's sort of jobs is to Plinko, thank you, Ross, is to manufacture like hills and obstacles and routes that make the water falling of the players playing this game as reasonable as possible. They take the most direct route that they can. That route just so happens to be interesting. And your job is to create the route in such a way that they can follow all of their instincts and all of their fun in the way that is also interesting for the story. I do view that as a GM responsibility. Now, if you're a player and you're detecting that this is taking a long time and we should like get on with it, feel free. I think Taliesin did there. Feel free to help out the DM. But I do ultimately kind of place that responsibility on the GM shoulders. I think it is Matt's responsibility to construct this environment in a way that does not allow the players to make the story worse on accident. Because I do think that's the case. I don't think any of them are trying to at all. They are having a blast. They're doing fun RP. And I don't think it's on them to like manage that sort of pacing because they don't know where they're headed, right? They don't know the goal. And their characters don't know the goal, and they shouldn't need to think about it. They should be able to just roleplay their characters and have the interesting story sort of develop from there, as long as they are playing their characters true and their characters are interesting. Like that should be the focus of the players, is making their character the most interesting possible and putting their characters into fun and interesting setups and scenarios and conversations. And it should be the GM's job to construct an environment that limits those when it's bad. Or when it'll be bad for the story overall. Or less interesting, yeah. I think a lot of it is both in the in-game fiction and the pacing, maybe their final battle, and I'll die in the out-game fiction of the campaign coming to a quick close. Yeah, I know a lot of these are from a while ago, so repeat anything. I'm going to skip to more current chats, but repeat anything if you want me to see it. Do you have a thought on my view on these scenes? Oh, but that's why I like to read through the old ones. Dang it. Let's see. What was it? Oh, I would allow them to continue having fun the way they want. They are BS conversations, but they are centered around one of the biggest scenes in CR so far. The guest consideration should be about. I think that is fair. And like, if everything has gone the way it has gone, I'm looking for an excuse to push this forward. But I'm also put an asterisk, put some salt on that, because I don't know exactly what we're headed towards. I could think that we're headed towards something bigger than we are, in which case I would probably let their conversations play out. It all kind of depends. If we're headed towards a like Chroma Conclave attacks Iman sort of moment, I'm probably trying to cut the conversations and progress time. If we're headed towards, trying to think of another scenario. If we are headed towards Slayer's take informing them that they hunted a monster badly and like illegally, and now they need to, go into magical contract jail, I'm probably letting the conversations play out. So even like what I would do or not do in this, assuming that everything has been constructed the way it has, is kind of dependent on what's coming next. Yeah. Can we have a little cheer for Travis, who used the talk to set the scene for shenanigans during the battle? I agree. I think Travis. I think it's very worth calling out a compliment towards Travis here of like really good, really basic sort of yes ending there of hearing what Pike is communicating and escalating it and taking it a step further and promising future action, and sort of making that a little bit more concrete than vague. I think that's really, really nice for anchoring character decisions, is like prescribing future action based on those character decisions. I think that's really, really nice. It's not necessary, but it's a very good way to make sure that those decisions are represented within the fiction. Yeah. So I agree. We should have a nice call out. I agree. Good old suddenly ninjas attack. Yeah. It's Critical Role, and these are actors. Also, I feel like the last possible break before things kick off, best to get things off your chest now. I mean, I agree. Which is why, like, I don't blame any of the individual characters or players that much. Like, it is why I'm mostly focused on the DM side of things, because depending on the magnitude of what's coming, I would construct this in a way that this sort of last possible break is not possible, depending. Because, like, if we had the Chroma Conclave attack Iman at the end of this, like, 5-hour, 45-minute session that had been this slow, I would think that would be bad. Like, I would say, and I don't think it would be fair to the players to drop something that important on them when they're tired and it's late and they're probably thinking about like, man, when is this going to be over so that I can head home? Right. I don't think I don't think it's a good idea to drop something that important and critical to the plot on them in that mindset. So any sort of critique I have of this session is pretty substantially levied at Matt's prep of the scenario. Not even really his in the moment running. It is like all the ways to like make this better in my head happen before the session starts. They're not super doable or solvable at this point. Yeah. I know you said hurting cats, and I heard hurting the cast, and honestly, same diff. Yeah, true. But I worry about acting like a party pooper. I think that's fair. I think a lot of like when we think about hurting the cats, we think about the in the moment hurting the cats sort of thing, which often is being a party pooper. We don't think about it as much in terms of the preparation of, oh, this is an important sequence and this is an important scene. I need to prep the lead up to that scene to prevent the cats from scattering rather than needing to like herd them in the moment, essentially. Yeah. But if the CR players have a specific RP problem to solve, that might be its own time limit or feel like it does. When the next battle's over, there's no reason for Scanlan to hang around, so they need to resolve what to do about Scanlan issue before that happens. I think I sort of disagree. I think I sort of just disagree. There's no reason for Scanlan to come in the first place. Like, Scanlan was only there to inform them of, like, what is happening. He came with them because they asked. There's no reason to think that he wouldn't continue to hang around if they asked afterward. So, I don't know. There's a Brennan quote that's so applicable to this, but it's in the same video as the almond rant, and I don't remember the spoilers example used. Yeah. As a character, you want to go straight down the hill, but as a player, that isn't fun. So really, the DM has to shape the river. Yes, you have to shape like the banks of the river. That is the GM's role. Yeah. The waterway instead of the railroad. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You want to shape the world in such a way that it encourages the players to do the thing that will be interesting for the story. Now, and that's why, you know, I think it's good to talk through this, and like I think it's good to talk about this. Take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, because it all really depends on what's behind the screen. Like, I keep saying it that like context matters here. Context really matters with what we're talking about. Of like, it really depends what we're headed towards. What is that just like a clue towards a larger thing? Like, is it the equivalent of like them finding the orb in Brimscythe's house? Is it the equivalent to Raishan showing up in Amon? Like, all of these things have very different like plot weights to them. And that really depends how much you potentially want to restrict options from the players. Depending on what they're headed towards. And that's not me saying like force them to go to the ziggurat, right? They chose to go to the ziggurat plenty on their own. That's why I refer to sort of the event horizon sort of comparison of like, once they've crossed a certain threshold, options start getting locked off of like, okay, it's not going to be possible to long rest after this point. And you need to create an environment that enforces that. Yeah. I think he explained it as the DM creating an aqueduct. Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But if we are heading into a Chroma Conclave-like happening, shouldn't you allow more character RP one-on-one moments since it might be their final if a dangerous battle is coming up? I don't necessarily think that's the case. And, like, if we're being really frank, none of their information has changed about like what the potential stuff that is going on here is, right? Like they know that there are cultists and that there's a ziggurat. It's not like they've gained new information that might prompt last chance character RP right now. So within that vein, they've had the chance to do this character RP for like sessions upon sessions, right? Like they could have done it at any point before getting into the like Skull Mountain. They could have done it last session. They didn't need to come directly here if they wanted more chance to talk and they thought that the ziggurat was going to be dangerous. But also, like, if we're comparing directly to the Chroma Conclave attack, one of my big points within that Chroma Conclave attack is that Matt should give them the opportunity to run. So, like, if it's of the level and of the significance of the Chroma Conclave, it won't be their last chance for that sort of RP because they will have the opportunity to run there. So I don't think a lot about last chance RP because there is it kind of always exists no matter what. There is always a last chance. And I really only think about it insofar as I think about foreshadowing. So if you've been around the channel for a while, I haven't talked about it a little bit, but I'm also very, very all about foreshadowing danger. So if they are about to cross the event horizon, where it'll be their last chance to do any RP, I want to foreshadow danger levels, and they can take the opportunity to, to interact and RP as much as they want before they cross that event horizon. I think inside of the mountain, they should have already crossed it by now. And so if that's kind of more the lens we want to look at it from, is like, I think this is too late. For them to like need a last chance RP moment. Yeah. I don't think you necessarily need a bunch of last chance RP moments in the middle of the dungeon. And that also is contextual. It depends on how big your dungeon is, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah. I don't really understand what Matt could have done in prep to head off this level of RP. What would one do? Prevent long rests. Prep the dungeon in such a way that it either just straight up prevents long rests or makes long rests substantially more risky. Players aren't really going to go into like this deep of RP, or at least RP that takes this long, just in the middle of the tunnels. And if they do, you have the opportunity as the GM to interrupt that with something like a wandering monster or something else in the, like, camping in a dungeon is risky. So the only thing that Matt really needed to prepare to prevent it here is some reason that the magnificent mansion couldn't be cast, or would fail, or is somehow much more risky or limited. Really, the only thing that is I think would go in this direction is some sort of limit on the Magnificent Mansion, or some sort of reason that taking that time is inherently risky. So we could also say something else Matt could have done in prep is given some sort of timer, so some sort of reason that they need to get this done quickly. That also could have been done in prep. To speed things up. Because really, it's not about preventing RP. It's about taking time being an actual choice and like a consequence. It's less so, I don't like really care that they're choosing to take RP. I care that they can take sort of an unlimited amount of RP with basically no consequences. in the middle of the dungeon. Like, there's nothing that's really been presented so far that says that they couldn't just live in this hallway. Kind of forever. They could just keep casting the Magnificent Mansion, and there'd be basically no plot downside. At least that we're aware of at the time. And that's a much more fundamental problem of the setup than the fact that they're taking a bunch of RP. They're only taking a bunch of RP because they don't care about doing the ziggurat in a timely fashion, right? If they thought that this like really needed to be handled, they wouldn't be doing all of this, or they would be going much faster at it, much more efficiently, that sort of stuff. Yeah. You hit a pivotal point in the story and may not be able to return for a while. Are you sure you want to continue? Prompt. Sure. Yeah. You can make it that gamey, or, that's absolutely the sort of thing I'm hitting at when I talk about my foreshadowing danger is like, I want it to be clear when they're passing the point of no return. For me, it's not so much that they can take last chance RP, but just so that they know what they're getting into and they can prepare in general, whether that's RP, shopping, whatever. As you reach the door handle, you hear the voice of the goddess in your head. You will not be able to turn back. Yeah. Is that something you can implement as a GM? Yeah, I think that is firmly within the realm of foreshadowing danger. And it should be up to your players on what their kind of risk tolerance is. And it's also something you have to train your players on. Of like, okay, when I foreshadow this level of danger, that probably means long rests aren't going to be accessible for a while. Or that probably means that you will be under threat pretty permanently from now on until you kind of resolve the quest. Right? So that's also why it's maybe, I don't want to say apples and oranges. It'd be difficult for Matt to do at this point because a lot of that is also training your players about what varying levels of foreshadowing actually mean. So that they do have the chance to take those kind of last minute things. But you deliver that foreshadowing with enough runway to give yourself all the time you need to like ramp up to any given threat or risk or what have you. Yeah, absolutely. Minor comment, this is why I prefer gritty resting. This is absolutely gritty resting is absolutely meant to, I won't say solve necessarily, because I have some issues with gritty resting, but it's definitely addressing problems in this area. This is definitely the area that we're talking about is exactly the area that gritty resting is sort of playing in. Of how do we control resting points that we want to feel open and free and where like you can just talk to each other without having to look over your shoulder constantly. Like, how do we control where those exist within the story? Because they just don't make sense everywhere, both from like a realism in fiction perspective and from a narrative perspective. Yeah. RP in the middle of my RPG. I hate it. No. Yeah. Also, to me, this whole post-Chroma Conclave arc so far has been an extended last chance to RP. Not saying there's been zero time pressure, but still. There's been close to zero time pressure. And that's why I'm kind of with you, Julio. It's like, yeah. When I think of like last chance, I'm like, man, what has it been since the Chroma Conclave? Yeah, but it's just been, it's been a little bit of a weird sort of time that is hard to analyze because I think it's relatively uncommon at tables. Although I could be wrong about that. I could see myself being wrong about that in this sort of feel of like this post-Chroma Conclave pre whatever's coming next, Vecna, I guess, maybe, Ziggurats. Pre-Ziggurats, like this entire kind of segment, it presents a lot of pacing challenges. Like everything that's going on here presents pacing challenges. I think fundamentally because of the timing stuff. Like I know I've talked about it a lot this session, but like I do think everything kind of wraps back to the time pressure. When your players feel like they can sort of do whatever they want, and it's going to be Skyrim style, the quests will always be waiting there for them, it becomes very difficult to control the pace in a way that's interesting. Not impossible by any means. I think like Matt's done it plenty of times, but difficult. More difficult, I guess.
Keep looking for it. Curl up and sleep takes you the next morning. You come to consciousness, are greeted with a fantastic, spiritually broad vegan breakfast.
Ooh,
More lima
but like
beans?
an acai bowl?
Or also good thing of like, what could Matt do? He could also, instead of interrupting their RP, he could simply not feed into it. Of like, I'm absolutely normally the one saying GMs should give their players things to react to. And in that vein, saying there's a breakfast laid out in front of you is very in that vein. It's giving the players something to react to and to RP off of. In this scenario, if I'm like, this is going a little bit too long, I'm either not giving them anything to interact with. So I'm just saying, hey, the long rest is past. What are you guys doing? Or I'm giving them something to interact with that I think will move them forward. Honestly, I can't think of much that Matt could introduce in this moment that would move things, that would like push things forward. So I would probably opt for just being like, okay, you guys wake up, you're in the mansion. You see, the magical, you all come out of your bedrooms, you see the magical door. What are you doing? What are you doing? Probably end it there. I would probably clamp up right there, if we're being honest. So it's at this point, I think, if I'm Matt and I'm in this situation, which, we all get into, we never prep perfectly. I'm just not encouraging it at this point. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Yeah. When having a heartfelt downtime convo in a Megaphone Man DM'd game and he plays the Oscar music after 5 minutes, I play the elevator waiting tone. I'm like, oh, when are we gonna... the Jeopardy waiting music. Oh, man. No, I normally, if we're being honest about like how my sessions go, I think my players would say that I sort of have RP sessions and not RP sessions. Mostly dependent on layers of foreshadowing and when the players commit to certain things depending on timers. So like right now it's actually a great example. There is a forest in my game that is watched over by a deity. His name is Balamal. And there is a oracle in this forest that is related to Balamal, sort of. They have like a connection. And in order for the forest to survive, Balamal has to be present. His presence has to be in the forest. And they found out, these two together, that if he wanted to leave, he could temporarily give the responsibility of sort of powering the forest to the Oracle. Plot twist, the Oracle is a child. They are a teenager. And they really want to take on this responsibility. They want to help, and they want to allow Balamal to traverse and occasionally take some breaks. And here's where the timer comes in. My players come to this forest, and the forest is acting weirdly. Things are changing in unexpected ways. People haven't seen the signs of Balamal in a while. What's going on? They look into it. Turns out, Balamal's missing. They've been kind of testing out him leaving. He leaves for a couple hours occasionally, but he hasn't been back. He's radio silent. No one can find him. No one can contact him. He has been gone for 2 weeks. And it is taking its toll on the Oracle. She is not a god. She is a human. Well, she's an elf, but besides the point. And she is not able to permanently upkeep the forest, and she is trying her best, but it is slowly draining her and the forest kind of at the same time. And she's downplaying it to all of the other people that live in the forest, but the party eventually figures it out. And they now, and that's it. It is slowly draining her. She looks exhausted. She hasn't closed her third eye in weeks. She's starting to lose track of when it is. But that's it. I didn't put like a time limit on her condition. I wasn't like, she's going to die in a week or she's going to die in 2 weeks. None of that. It's all very vague. It's just, it's draining her. And before they left, they got another NPC that they actually brought to the forest with them to help share the burden. So they're basically giving the Oracle a break, but he can bear the burden for even less amount of time. So the situation is still deteriorating. And that's the timer. That's the pressure. They are now off to find Balamal, and that's it. Like when I talk about like what could Matt do in prep, it's just a pressure, a timer. They want to save the Oracle. Her name is Velaval. They really like her. I tried to make her very likable. And they just want to save her ASAP. There isn't a hard time limit on how quickly they have to do that. And they've still had plenty of RP between there and now. Now they're on an island that they believe Balamal to be on. He is. And they're going to free him. But they've had RP along the journey. But they're all very focused. They're all very motivated at basically all points to move forward. If they ever have RP, it is because they are like doing something else. So like they were sailing to this island and we had a little bit of an RP session. And it did feel kind of like Last Chance RP because I have, what could be so powerful as to chain a demigod? That's some danger foreshadowing. They know that whatever they're going into on this island is powerful enough to trap Balamal on it to the point where he cannot return. So we had an entire session of just RPing on the ship on the way there. It took like a day and a half to sail there. And so we had an entire session that was just them RPing on the ship. And once they've like kind of made landfall on this island, we've hit the event horizon. And I haven't even needed to restrict their ability to long rest, really. They have rations on their ship that their crew needs to eat. And so those rations are slowly dwindling the longer that they take. And the longer that they take, the worse things get in the forest. So they just have a lot of motivation to get this done quickly. And we haven't had what I would say is like this substantial of RP since the boat. And we only had it on the boat because they couldn't actively work towards progressing things faster. Right. So it was in that kind of moment of quiet where they've done everything they can. Now they just have to wait, that we had kind of our focused RP. Things that were a little bit longer like this. And now that they are at the point where they can take action, they are focused on taking action. And in no part of that did I ever like restrict their ability even to long rest. Not even as much as I was talking about potentially for the Magnificent Mansion. It's just the natural sort of consequence of setting up time pressures, you know. Ball of all. Ball mall with an M. There's me. That's my own naming schema. What level are they? It's a good question. I think they just got an ASI. Let's see. I know they're past level 5. Either 6 or 7. I don't remember. They just leveled up. Either 6 or 7. Somewhere in there. And with what you're... That wasn't on purpose, I swear. But you make a good query, Mike 30. The shit you gotta do to pressure and to danger foreshadow and all that very much changes as the campaign goes. Very much changes. Yeah. DM doesn't know character levels? No. I mean, I pull it up when I'm prepping encounters, but yeah, it's not really top of mind for me most of the time. I know what they can do. Like, I know very off the top of my head, they have 3rd level spells, not 4th level. So, actually, wait, then that would mean that they're 6. Now that I say that, they must be 6 if they don't have access to 4th level spells. So, I know the things that are important towards challenge. What spells do they have access to? How many extra attacks are we working with? How many feats? Where are their ASIs at? They've just now been able to get some of their stuff to 20. Or no, 19. 20 for the fighter. Not for the druid, I think. I would actually have to look at the stat sheet. But look, I don't have the good memory. I have to pull that shit up every time. Every time I go to prep, even if I'm not doing anything in the VTT, even if I'm prepping outside of it, I pull it up so that I can pull up their character sheets. Because I do not remember that sort of shit. Yeah. Has flight. Yeah. But, anyways, let's see where Critical Role goes with it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a thing.
There you go. So it picks up second day. There you go.
Wait, is there granola? Is there granola?
Comparatively.
Just because it's sweet doesn't mean that it's savory.
Lots of oatmeal?
Fair enough.
There's nothing sticking it together, so just
Only the
loose.
things that make granola good that make it not vegan.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just all loose.
Any protein in a heartbeat in any way? Nope. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Broccoli.
Yes, actually. That's a great question. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to pause to answer it. I do. Favorite timer so far in CR, I think, is the Briarwoods. Especially because it developed over time. I think a big part of like a really good natural feeling timer, like a timer that feels really good within the fiction, is one where you don't realize it's a timer until it has already started pushing you to action. And I think the Briarwoods were very along those lines of initially it's just a pressure because Percy sees that they are doing something with the royalty of Amon. He knows they're doing something, and he has such strong feelings about the Briarwoods as characters that he wants to prevent whatever that thing is. You don't know the timeline. You don't know even what is going on. And then we find out that they're vampires. The rest of the party gets on board. Yup, anything that they're planning can't be good. We need to go and address that. And it starts off very soft. Then we get to Whitestone, and maybe my favorite individual moment of the entire campaign, period, which is the Sun Tree. Because the Sun Tree is impeccable foreshadowing of danger. It shows that the lengths that the Briarwoods are willing to go to, and not only that they are willing to go to certain lengths, that they are willing to put in extra effort to make it personal. On top of that, we see the state of Whitestone. The giants roaming the streets, the entire mood and tone. It can be pretty well inferred that it did not used to be like this, and that this is not its natural state. And I think the Sun Tree does another incredible thing of strengthening the timer. It shows that the Briarwoods are not just like living their lives. They are doing something, which we already knew, and whatever they are doing, they are concerned enough with Vox Machina to actively prep a warning for them when they get there to try and scare them off. I think it really subtly indicates that whatever is going on, it's happening soon. I could just keep going on. The entire Briarwood arc is consistently escalating the time pressure of what the Briarwoods are doing. And we ultimately find out that there actually is a very hard timer. We eventually find out that there was a explicit date, which was Winter's Crest, and the players happened to beat it. But that didn't matter. It didn't matter that it was on specifically Winter's Crest. It didn't need that specificity to act as a great time pressure. It had enough there. The players knew that something was happening and they needed to stop it before it happened. In fact, if they had known the specifics, if they had known that it was on Winter's Crest, it probably would have slowed things down. It's probably better that they didn't know that level of specificity. They might have taken more time to prepare. Instead, because it was kept vague, it was this underlying threat. They didn't know when things were going to kick off. So they took some risks. They still had some great roleplay moments within the Briarwood arc. It's not like they were devoid of those RP. But there was an underlying tension to the whole thing that pushed them forward at every sort of chance. So I think I would identify Briarwood arc, favorite timer. If I need to get more specific, the Sun Tree. Fantastic. And soft. I think that's maybe something I've never been clear enough on, is that I think the vast majority of timers should be soft. You can have a hard timer, to be sure, don't get me wrong. But I think soft timers have a much more flexibility within them. Yeah. Of how well you've sold evil. That's such a good indication of how well you've sold the evil. They exist. We have to stop whatever they are doing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sun Tree is absolutely iconic. Yeah. The shit just got real moment. Yeah. The villain book mentioned earlier must be damn good. Unfortunately, it's hundreds of euros. That's tough. Yeah. So yeah. Good question. I hadn't thought about that, but I think that's very up there. I think second favorite is the vulcanization of Iman. I honestly wish that there had been a little bit more of that. I wish that we would have, that things would have progressed at a bit faster of a pace, and that the players would have had opportunities to learn a little bit more about the way that Iman's environment was changing. I think that would have pushed them forward a lot more in the Chroma Conclave arc. If it had felt like a little bit more of a prescient threat. But I still liked it in that it did serve to push them forward in general, but especially towards the end. I think it had a lot more kind of meat on its bones. I think kind of the difference between the Briarwood and the Chroma Conclave is that the Briarwood timer, Matt did a really good job of consistently escalating it, of making it consistently more clear that sort of the deadline is approaching. And I think that was a little bit less clear in the Chroma Conclave arc. I think it was much less clear like what Thordak was doing, if he was doing anything. Like I said multiple times throughout the arc, it seemed like he was just kind of sitting on his throne collecting taxes. It seems like that wasn't ultimately what was going on. There was, a change happening to the landscape, but I wish I think if we had gotten a little bit more of that, it would rank higher in my sort of view.
World of magic into
Here, it's gonna catch up when we burp like really good.
Yeah.
So we have a sound guy who's like,
Wanted to catch
that's what sound
myself.
guys do.
Does that work? All right, so what's the plan, guys?
Jeez.
Well,
Stay in the mansion forever.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let's take a look again.
Yeah,
door,
I should
peek out the door
probably
one
look to
more
see how many.
Park and I'll go to peek out the door because we're not eating shit vegan breakfast.
Okay. You peek out in the hallway.
I won't talk about it for a long time, but great example, John. Great example of the Umbrasyl Kevdak timer. It's really small. It's like a blink and you miss it sort of thing, but Umbrasyl starting to take people rather than just loot, right? That's something that we find out when they start talking to people around Westrun, is that Umbrasyl has escalated. This pact was struck between Umbrasyl and Kevdak, and now Kevdak's starting to violate the terms of the agreement. He seems to be getting impatient. Great example of a soft timer. We don't know where it's even going, but it's a clear example of something is escalating. Yeah.
And there before you see about 20 or so armored skeletons that are all just kind of clustered into this hallway, maybe like 5 feet between a few of them, but they're like scattered throughout. They're just kind of in this halting pattern.
What do you see?
There's just like 20 or so skeletons out there.
This is the perfect opportunity. Yeah.
Maybe we take care of it ourselves.
I'm saying, you lead the way.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I approve of this so
Hey,
hard.
we're all still just
You
eating
guys are just eating breakfast, wondering where Pike and Rog are.
In the other room. Oh wait, wait, yogurt's not vegan.
Before we break through the door,
No, it's not
I should yell something like, Pike, don't be so brave.
Okay.
And then-
You can yell, Pike, don't be so brave, and then I can say something like, but Grog, you're too strong. I don't know. Let me workshop it. Grog, you're too strong. You're too strong. You're just gonna kill them all anyway.
This is true.
Should we just wing it?
Yeah, just
Okay.
like what happens.
Okay. Ready?
On the count of what?
On the count of 3.
I can do that.
I know you can.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna get my mace ready.
Okay.
I have a blood axe.
All right.
the breakfast table just before they make whatever loud sound they're doing.
Cut to a series of smoothies.
It's good, but it's almond milk, but I like cream a little bit.
Yep. Suddenly you guys hear.
This isn't mine.
What do they hear?
What are the boy?
2, 3.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, 3 times.
All right, Scanlan, because this is your mansion, you feel the door suddenly, you sense the breaching of the front door opening.
Oh God,
It's wildlife.
I know. This is.
the door's open.
Grog, you're so strong.
Oh, Pike, you're so brave.
Shit.
You put yourself before others.
Are they
Take off
fucking?
running. Take off.
All
I'm gonna start swinging.
You guys all of a sudden drop your meal, start charging out. The door's already open and it's vacant. You guys, as you charge out, all of a sudden you watch as like 10 of these just and just leap towards you. What are you doing, Pike?
I start swinging my mace of disruption.
Swing your mace of disruption.
Can I just like do this as I go through?
I mean, you'll still do attacks, but they'll get attacks on you as you go back and
Yeah,
forth.
yeah.
All right, so you rush forward. Go ahead and make your attack. You have.
And, like I said with Taliesin earlier, if you want to help the DM, and that is interesting, the decisions that you're making for your character, you still find interesting, and you want to kind of help them push things forward. Hey, we love the help. And, good on them for not feeling the need to RP breakfast.
Is it as a ward? You have 2 attacks. Is it a bonus action?
Oh
you can attack, right?
yeah. I forgot I haven't done this in a minute with undead. Okay, so
Disruption due to undead.
you get.
No, it just hits targets. It's the other one.
Just when you hit a fiend or undead with this magic weapon, the creature takes an extra 2d6 radiant damage.
Yep.
So. Oh, okay. So 17 and 22.
17 both hit. Go ahead and roll damage for each.
Okay.
With the additional disruption damage.
So 2d plus 2 and 2d8. Okay. I don't have all of the dice out.
See, this is why you take the time at the beginning to
I know.
organize
I know.
it all.
Grog,
Okay.
while this is happening, you're also charging in with her and you're attacking.
Yeah, great weapon master with the blood axe.
Go and make your 2 attacks with it.
Okay. And then 2d8. So with undead, I also roll an additional 2d6. So am I doing 4d6? How many?
It would be 4d. Well, you do additional damage as part of your cleric's worth.
Okay, so 1d6 plus 2d8 is the
additional disruption damage?
Is just one strike. Sorry, I haven't done this in a while.
All right, so as a War Domain cleric, you can make weapon attacks bonus action up to your wisdom modifier per day. So that's one use there. And you do an additional 1d8 weapon damage on the attack. So it's, how much damage does your mace do?
1d6 plus 6 and 2d8 is what I have now.
Strike.
Also, good example of what I was referring to earlier of the, there are just certain, like, not like chores, I guess, but like certain required tasks occasionally when like building up within D&D. And one of them is absolutely, if combat hasn't happened in a while, people gotta get back into it. So I like that is presenting them with a little bit of an opportunity to do that before they get into the maybe higher risk scenario, like, you know, closer to the actual ziggurat. But it is also just going to take time. So part of the broader conversation of like the context of how long it is mattering, of like there are some chores you're going to have to take care of, and you have to factor those in when thinking about the entire length of the session.
For Divine Strike.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because you reach 14th level. So yeah, so it's plus 2d8. You got 1d6 plus 2d8 plus whatever the disruption damage it is.
6 plus 2d8. Okay, so 14, 18. Right?
18 damage on the first hit?
Yeah.
You slam the mace on the side of a skeleton, and it crushes a lot of the bone, and a lot of it seems to erode away as the divine flash impacts it, and you watch as the bleached white turns to like gray and black, however it still stands.
Oh, no.
Largely wrecked, but still like, roll, and your second attack, you hit the same one?
Yep.
All right, go and roll damage for that one.
Okay, 14.
All right, that one, whack, hit the side of the skull, and the head just turns into dust to the side. The bones collapse into a pile. You destroyed one skeleton out of about 20 or so. Grog, what are you doing?
I did my first attack was a 26, and so was the second one, both with Great Weapon
Both hit with Great Weapon Master. Go ahead and roll
The
damage.
first one was 26 damage.
You just completely destroy a skeleton in one hit. It just turns into a scattering of bone across the wall.
That's what
Frog, it's so crazy how strong you are. They're all dying.
Oh no, but I only do it to protect my friends. And the second one is 39 points of damage.
And with that second hit, a second skeleton that's leaping towards you, it has like a giant scimitar in the air and this kind of buckler on its side of its wrist. And you just batter up, swing it, and it just explodes across and rains down upon you. You have to, Pike, a couple of the bones kind of hit your armor and ting, 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 fall to the side.
With my bonus action, can I go into a rage and go, I'll kill these skeletons because I would never replace a friend like you?
He does.
I know, Grog!
All right. And so as you guys rush into the doorway, the skeletons immediately turn, swarm in. That's going to be 5 attacks on each of you within this range here. So against Pike. Yep. All right. So it's Mrs. Pike, Mrs. Pike, God, Mrs. Pike, Mrs. Pike,
Oh, nice.
and a 20. What's your AC?
My AC is 23.
23. All of them leap on you, but they can't get through the armor. They're all clustered up around you. They're piled up almost, like you're just being dogpiled by skeletons. And while none of them are getting to your flesh, they're just all these skulls biting in front of your faces. You're holding them back with your shield and mace. Grog, miss. Natural 1, miss. 2, miss. 20.
That hits.
And 21.
Also
All
hits.
right. So you take 22 points of slashing damage, reduced to 11 from the 2 attacks together. As both these skeletons start hacking into you with their weapons. One has like a long sword, one has what looks to be some sort of a war pick, and it's just both of them jam into your flesh, and you just take it without an issue. All right. You guys all rush to the door, and you look out, and you can see this group of undead there swarming your 2 friends. You get there you start preparing for the round. They're going first. Pike, what are you doing?
I'm gonna guiding bolt down the hallway towards the rest of the skeletons.
The guiding bolt can only hit 1 target.
Oh shit!
You all got any area effects?
Yeah, the area effect stuff you have are your turn undead or destroy undead or any spells that you have.
Oh yeah, destroy undead. Fuck, I forgot about it. Sorry, it's been a minute since I've been around him. Okay, yeah, destroy undead.
Come on, clerk.
Okay,
Okay, so you are.
it's been a minute.
Yeah, well, you're a 17th level cleric now? 16th level? What level are you?
16th level. I don't know if
Yeah, 16th level. So, CR 3 or lower.
Basically sneeze.
There's definitely there.
Yeah.
All right.
17th already? I feel like I'm next.
Alrighty. So you're going to affect with that in the radial area here, which is a radius of 30 feet. That's going to affect 15 of these undead.
Okay.
Within the ones that are piled on you, the piled on Grog, and the ones that are swinging behind. What's your spell DC?
18.
Okay. I rolled an 18, but it's a -1.
Yay.
Please don't make
I roll.
Did you roll all for all 15?
Mm-hmm.
Here he goes. Math. Also math.
Oh no, that one survived.
More math.
Don't confuse him. It's a lot to keep track of.
Seems easier.
Hey guys, we have these amazing art.
Sorry, hold on. Almost done.
Oh, fuck, I'll make
All
it.
right. So,
No, I think you hit him all.
out of the 15, 2 survive. As you were
Great example of why I like minions. I mean, actually, wait, I'm wrong. Actually, bad example of why I like minions, because you still have to roll saving throws for minions individually. They just all have 1 health, but that's not relevant here. Actually, I'm wrong, and I rescind my comments.
You're held down by all these skeletons. Suddenly, this beacon of divine bright flame begins to burst from you, and you watch as the flaming wings of Sarenrae swirl up out of her like a phoenix. And as it does, you see above her the image of the dark skin, light flaming hair Sarenrae kind of embodying her like a JoJo stand as it kind of takes this pose. And as soon as Pike brings her arms out and screams, the image just bursts out, and you watch as every skeleton practically in that radius just turns to ash and dust in the vicinity, leaving 2 skeletons there that are kind of like. So there's about maybe 4 of them left in the whole tunnel from that one burst.
Scanlan.
That was amazing.
Do you think Scanlan saw?
Yeah,
You know, I do like a horde where you can I do think it is a lot of reminding her of what she can do. And I do like hordes where it's like you combine a lot of individual combatants into kind of like one kind of more cohesive stat block. So maybe you just like roll once for all of the skeletons in the hall. I don't always use hordes for this many combatants though. Partially because, and I probably wouldn't in this scenario, because it kind of depends on what the point of the combat is. And I think in this case, it is kind of reminding Pike of what she can do and a little bit of an ant stomp. Show them how far they've come. Show them like, oh, these sorts of enemies might have been a challenge to you at lower levels, but now you just breeze through them. And for conveying that type of message, I actually think it's probably cooler. It'll probably make the player feel cooler, and it's probably worth the extra time that it'll take to roll them all individually. If you rolled once for all of the skeletons, especially because we're in Theater of the Mind, so you can't even like see the individual ones, the amount that she just took out, like the sort of AoE benefit of her ability, wouldn't be that clear. Like it wouldn't really, I think, register really viscerally. And so by rolling for each one individually, I think it makes Pike feel, or Ashley, feel much more powerful in that way. It does take longer, and it's, kind of harder to manage, like we just saw. But I think in this case, the trade-off's worth it. It's a trade-off, and yeah, I think here it's good because it makes, destroying like 13 skeletons with one ability that doesn't even cost a spell slot. Absolutely, that feels sick, as opposed to like the singular roll. Yeah.
How could you miss it?
I'm at the door.
Yeah.
Well, you and me against the world, huh?
You and me, Grog. It's just we're so loyal to each other.
Yep, to the end. Best friends.
Best friends to the end.
Grog, what are you doing?
I'm hitting things.
All right, so you rush up to the 2.
I'll walk back to the kitchen and start clearing people's plates.
Okay.
I'll step out into the fray just to watch.
Okay.
Regular strike 25.
Hits.
Ooh, and a 17.
Yeah, I'll hit.
That's as low as I can roll.
17 is a low for you.
I know. 16 points of damage on the first one.
All right, first it smacks into the side and breaks part of its upper shoulder and upper arm. It cuts off one of its arms, but it's still standing there in front of you.
That's embarrassing. I used the second strike of the same skeleton, hoping Scanlan didn't notice.
I saw.
Fuck. 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage does destroy the skeleton. Finally, the one that's giving you a hard time. This time you just cleave through the center of its spinal column, and its torso stumbles over and just scatters into a pile of bones.
Yeah. We saw it, didn't it? I fucked it up. He saw it, and just like my whole plan's going to shit.
So much is happening at once. You can't see it and see.
All right. So, Vex, you're at the door. Scanlan, you're at the door. You're at the door, Lionel. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna.
There's 3
hold it.
skeletons still standing.
Still 3. Okay.
All right, I'll shoot one of the skeletons.
Go for it. Go for attack. Lionel, what are you doing?
I'm just kind of like, it's cool. I'm just watching. I kind of forget,
Okay.
But then I'm like, and then I see it, and I was like, oh, I got them. So I think it's time to kind of impress Grog a little bit because he knows he goes into rage.
All right, so you go into a rage. Pull your greatsword.
Wait, what?
All right, and you're charging out. So what'd you roll?
Oh, I just decided maybe I shouldn't hit them though.
Yeah. Okay, so you got to fire and you pull the arrow back.
Because I rolled a 1.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Oh, no, wait.
Oh no, it's the chicken.
So what happens is you go and you release it, and you just misstrung it, and you're like, oh, I just didn't.
You know what? I'm gonna leave it. It's
You got like
for
a
them.
bruise on the
Yeah.
like,
All right, so you rush up alongside Grog at the 3 skeletons that are there.
Like a blood blister on my.
And you add the attack bonus to your greatsword, which is right in the center.
Okay, let's start.
So,
Oh, natural 20! Sorry, I yelled at that first. Fuck. All right, so that hits. Then roll the second attack.
So strong.
Don't.
Another 20.
Did you roll 2 20s in a row?
He's raging, dude, and he's had a really great sleep in the sand.
So strong and powerful before.
You can turn on.
You're like you're honing Vin Diesel right now with this crit power.
Well, he likes these guys. He wants to like finally show off and do something cool. And
Okay. So you rush forward to the first skeleton. Roll 2d6.
roll 4d6.
Oh yeah, roll 4d6.
Take 4 of these.
which ones? Okay.
And I think you get
I have to roll the 2 dice.
Yeah, roll those and add 2 more. Or roll them twice. Yeah, there you go. All 4 of those.
Yeah.
And you get to reroll any 1s or 2s.
Oh my god!
3.
What are they both fucking sixes?
That's a 6.
6, 6, 3, 3.
6, 12.
Okay, so 12,
I
18 plus.
Person, take your.
Whoops. I don't know. None of us know any of these people in real life. So I will preface with assuming this is all genuine, right? And I do not know any of them well enough to know when they're maybe faking an emotion or being genuine. But assuming it's all genuine, I love the the very extreme excitement here for this new player. Yeah. I like the extreme excitement. It's fun. And I never want to fake excitement for new players when I'm playing a game with them. At least to a point where I guess they would notice. Just because then that's kind of patronizing. But I don't know. To me, this doesn't feel patronizing. It feels genuine enough. And I don't know. I like the encouragement of the new player doing something, rolling good and getting this fun moment. And especially the out-of-game encouragement, I think / hope, encourages him to sort of play it up within the fiction, especially Taliesin, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too strategic about social interaction, which I have a tendency to do. But Taliesin highlighting / crafting this sort of faux adversarial nature between Lionel and Grog that I don't think exists in any way between John Heder and Travis Willingham. But crafting this adversarial sort of thing between those characters, even just through his excitement and then being oh, Grog's so annoyed, blah blah blah, is it feels to me like a good path towards getting someone excited, a new player excited about the role play. I obviously don't know, again, I don't know how much of it is sort of a put on or is playing it up a little bit, because I don't know Taliesin as a real person. But he's at least operating in areas that I like. Yeah. Also, Travis is usually a good hype player, but Grog versus Lionel of it all makes it so fun. Exactly. Machiavelli, man. I don't know. I try not to be so strategic about and when I say strategic, it's I don't know. I have trouble not thinking about the dynamics. I have trouble ignoring them. People are just be natural, man. Just be natural. And I'm well, I naturally want the conversation to go the best it can for all involved. That's what I want. And so I'm supposed to ignore that? I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. That little point felt like something I might do at my tables. It's just continuing the troll of Lionel replacing Grog. Exactly. Yeah, it's like bringing back in this this continued bit. Absolutely. Mega Prince Man. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know.
Hand off.
So the first, as you rush forward with your greatsword, as you rush forward with your greatsword, big smile on your face next to Grog. Whack! You just shatter one skeleton with the first attack. Roll damage for the second attack.
All four.
All four again. Because
6. Reroll it.
6.
Look, and I'm like, Grog, look at this. This is awesome. I think I'm channeling you.
Can you just one skeleton, the other one comes jumping at you, and you just kind of grab it in your hand and just crush its skull in your hand.
That was real cool.
There you go. Look, I'm a gymnast. With all the chalk and everything.
You gotta appreciate that.
It was a good moment. That was really impressive.
Percy, you want to do anything?
I'm just gonna sit next to Vex and I think we're just gonna stand and let this happen.
So Pike, Grog, Lionel, you're right there saying there's one skeleton left. It's like,
let this happen.
and it leaps at you since you just crushed its friend. And it hits you on your breastplate. It goes, that's all it does. It's a sad sight.
Look, it's doing the duck flail to me. It's not as good, but it is a duck. That's what he's doing.
All right, who wants to finish this poor thing?
I'm broken on the inside. Did you see that display?
Grog, I need your help.
Reckless great weapon master.
Go for it, Grog.
Oh, please. A 1! Yes!
A natural 1 is an auto fail. I cannot.
What's going on?
As you look at the one skeleton, just feeling this embarrassment, you swing with your axe, and the skeleton stops it with its own blade and parries the axe to the side. And goes, the one that just didn't barely dent his armor.
And then I say, it's okay, Grog. Everybody messes up sometimes. Let me get this one.
Go for it.
Get it roll?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 9.
I will inspire him.
Okay.
9 plus 12. That's 21. Okay, so 22.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, so that hits. Go and roll damage again, but just 2d6 plus 7.
Wait.
Well, plus your...
No, just 2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's not as good.
Well, it's plus 7 plus your rage damage, so it's plus 10.
Oh, so
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, the rage, because I'm
15.
No, plus 7.
Or 5.
Oh, plus 10 to whatever he rolled there.
5 plus 10.
All right, so 20 points. So as you hack down this other skeleton, you cut into it, and it destroys part of its torso. Its arm, its holding its weapon, is kind of hanging off to the side, but it's still standing. Its jaw's kind of unhinged.
You get another shot, don't you?
Yep, so you attack again.
Yeah, attack again.
4.
16.
16 still hits. Skeleton, it's parting. So yeah, that's enough. You finish it off. You destroy the other skeleton in 2 hits. Whack!
That was kind of a tough one. I get it. It's okay. That was a really hard skeleton. But he's dead now. Let's go.
We had it. We had it.
Can we eat these skeletons? Because that breakfast is
Yes, you
still
can.
blowing.
Give it a bite. Give it a bite.
Sean,
Is there any meat left on
that
these
was
bones?
amazing. You slew those skeletons like they were nothing. Incredible.
Oh, I just do whatever I can for my friends. You guys are all awesome, and I'm just glad I could be of service and help.
Yes. It's good to have someone like you by our side.
Awesome.
I walk back inside of the mansion.
I take out the giant cascabel and I'll just
chug it.
Are you drinking it or just pouring it all over you?
There's both.
Come out with fresh coffee for Percy and Keel. What happened?
It was beautiful, terrible. I'm not entirely sure.
Chad saved the day. Chad saved the day.
Well, really, he cleaned up after you two finished it all off.
He did.
He swept up.
That was a lot of skeletons that you killed Pike with that spell. That was really good.
You and Grog were most of the skeletons, easily.
Yeah.
Are we all back in the mansion?
You're all back in the mansion now.
Why is it so tense in here all of a sudden?
I think I know what's going on.
I don't know what happened.
Can I, Grog, Pike, can I say something? I feel like there's some tension between us, and we need to clear the air if we're going to go fight today. You guys are really bad today. Well, and I think it's because I haven't made you feel at ease. So can I please just take a moment before we go out there and just, for once and for all, just say I'm sorry to you guys for what I did and how I left things. I said things that were really cruel and meant to hurt you, and that's wrong, and I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. But I needed to go, and I just didn't know how to express myself, and I'm so sorry that I insulted you. Pike, I've said awful things to you for as long as we've known each other, and I can't take them back, but I can at least try to be a better person. And can I confess something to you? During the last year, I think I've been praying. I mean, I just talk at night, and nobody hears me, but I guess that's praying, right? And sometimes I talk to Saren Ray, because that's the only one I know. And she seems cool. And she seems like someone who could be a good guide. And it feels good. And I even wrote a little poem about her and about her teachings. It's very simple. But can I tell you it?
Well, let's hear.
It's really simple. It goes, everybody bleed, everybody needs something. Everybody love, everybody know how it go. I know it's stupid, but there's a certain logic to it. Yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
It makes me feel connected to you guys, even though you're not there. And so I say that to myself every night before I go to sleep.
It just makes you feel connected to everybody,
I assume.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Grog.
No, stop.
I can't apologize to you because words don't work.
So let me get this straight. You think you can go away for a year and come back in a disguise and apologize to this group, and that's going to be good enough for me? And then when I'm still pissed, you're going to give me a combo apology with Pike, and that's going to be good enough for me? I'm still pissed. You came back in a costume. A costume. I'm not even really that smart. It's not hard to trick me. And I'm a big guy, but you made me feel small. I don't know if you missed us. I don't know if somebody's making us go down into this ziggurat. I don't even know why we're here. I thought maybe you'd come back and be like, oh, my best mate, the guy that would do anything to keep me alive. There he is, I missed him. Nope. You come back, you found yourself a brand new idiot. One that does amazing strikes twice in a row. And talks to ducks. Has all sorts of new tricks. Brand new model. New and improved in every way. I bet you do all sorts of fun things with him. So no, you do not get to apologize to me.
I wasn't going to. I was just going to give you a gift. Because the times we had together were the best times ever. You might be a little slow, but you're the best friend I ever had. And our times together were great, not because of our conversations or our witty repartee. It was because of the fun we had together and the experiences we had. So last night I wrote something for you. I know you can't read, but...
He can read.
No, Vex. He doesn't know that.
I just got you a gift. Because if you won't spend time with me now, maybe you'll be able to spend time on your own. So I wrote you this. Maybe someone else can read it for him.
You might be able to read it, Scanlan.
It depends on if there's like long words.
There's really long words.
Kind of
It's a big
iffy.
It's a lot of words. It's a big one.
Give it a try.
Owl.
Nope.
I'm really embarrassed.
I'll whisper it to you, and then you read it out.
Yeah, I don't feel like showing off my prowess, but I can't read a dirty-handed betrayal.
All who read this, let it be known, by order of Aes Sedon, it's a stupid name, Scanlan, but it's fine.
It's Elvish.
Well,
That's why I couldn't read it.
AKA the Meat Man, AKA Vickle the Vicious, AKA Reddish the Bold, AKA the Little Paws, AKA Francois Bertrand Jean-Luc Australia.
That I can get behind.
Beware that the bearer of this note, Grog Strongjaw, shall be entitled to any libation of his choosing at any pub, tavern, restaurant, inn, alehouse, brewery, or house of lady favors within the city limits of Ank'Harel. He shall be allowed to drink until drunk, and enjoy no molestation by any employee of said establishment unless he requests it. All charges and bills related to his drinking, cavorting, or violent behavior resulting from drunkenness shall be forwarded to the Meat Man for timely payment in full. By complying with this request, you are hereby under the protection of the Meat Man, and shall receive all the benefits and goodwill accompanying such association. The Meat Man always remembers. Sincerely, Ace Adam.
Probably best to test it out, see if it's even worth anything.
Grog, I love you. I'm sorry that we won't get to hang out because you hate me now. But I would never replace you. And if you ask me right now,
You'll kill him.
I will kill him.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. I really like this drum.
He's all right.
Will you go drinking with me sometime?
Rolled poorly.
We'll see. By the way, I want you to know when you died, I sang a song I would never sing for anyone else, and I'm sorry you didn't hear it, but it was really hard.
Is that true?
That's true.
Yes.
He sang?
Yes.
Do a truthful check.
Do you know what he's saying?
A truthful check? Sure, I'll roll a truthful check.
An insight check? Okay.
Natural 20.
Honest as the day or Grugdick is long. He apparently sang.
It is. I can just lean forward.
Happy 100.
Do you know what he's saying? Grog, maybe I didn't hear it. Maybe you should sing it and let him know what it was.
Oh, you know, it's like that face of death in the hallway. Once it uses up its power, it's done.
I'm so sorry I missed it. And I hope someday we'll sing together in a drunken stupor together. Maybe that will remind you.
Maybe.
I was an asshole, Grog. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would never replace you. Ever. You're irreplaceable.
And he could have read this, by the way.
That's amazing.
He could have read this, by
That's
the way.
incredible.
I would have gotten the name right.
Wait, is that? Did you frame it like a coupon book? It's very impressive.
I had some time last night.
Wow.
Coupons that you can sort of pick out of it, like a free massage,
Like
free
a couple on
massage.
Valentine's Day. I forgot it was Valentine's Day.
Yeah. I think Grog's explanation makes the most sense of anyone's. I think it's the most real, and I think it's the most, I think it really the only issue with it is that it pulls my eyes to a little bit of a plot thing, but acknowledging that the plot thing exists and happened, within that, it all, yeah. Like, yeah. He's always, he had Scalen's back generally until he came back in disguise. And I have previously defended him coming back in disguise in that he thought this was important enough that they had to come and whatever. But Grog kind of said it. Of like, Grog barely knows why they're here. And to be honest, it's very loose. And especially, like, I've consistently thought that the Ziggurats were more important than Vox Machina seems to think they are. But just looking at what's been presented, especially with what Scanlan knows, Scanlan doesn't know about, like, the Oracle arrow that Vex shot in. At least I think. And, like, what she saw on the other side. And that's maybe been the only escalation. But even then, it was just a portal to somewhere. There wasn't anything on the other side that would hint at any sort of issue. Like, as of now, it's a very, very dangerous portal to somewhere else. It may as well be like a Fae crossing. And so that's more of the, like, when I'm like, it draws my eye to a plot thing of like, yeah, Matt's been real light. And I think it's like the overall kind of issue with the Ziggurats is that there's just not a ton of in-fiction reason that they like need that they like should bend over backwards to go and look into them. Like they kind of should just do it at their convenience. There's not been really a rising threat presented by the Ziggurats in any way. It would sort of be like if the Briarwoods were ruling Whitestone, but nothing was wrong with it. Right? Like if Whitestone was just a totally normal city and the Briarwoods were just ruling it, it's like, yeah, there's like something to do there, probably. But there's no like reason that we need to deal with it now. And I do think it does just kind of underscore, I think, the real fundamental problem with the Ziggurats as like plot pieces. I hope that I will understand it more once I find out more. Like once I find out like what's been going on in the meantime, what the Briarwoods were ultimately planning to do, and like what these cultists are aiming to do. Like, I hope that it makes more sense as to why there was no ostensible timer or pressure in any way. But I do think that, like, Grog's speech there really hit it in a way that I hadn't really considered it before. Of, like, yeah, like, why are they here? You know, like, yeah. There's a reason. Like, there is an answer, is that they want to know more about the Ziggurats. But it's, like, academic. You know, they don't really need to know more. The fact that it was a portal at all instead of the vacuum cleaner Scanlan thought it was so far legitimizes the trip. Yeah. Re the portal, considering what happened to create the Whitestone one, the fact that people can use it to travel would feel pretty important to Scanlan, even without the Oracle Arrow. I'm not questioning why necessarily Scanlan would feel the need to deliver this information to them. I think that makes sense. This isn't even really me commenting on any of the actions of the characters. This is about like the construction of the world and the plot of like the Ziggurats sort of are just academic. They're like as academic and like as like non-threatening as like a Fae crossing, you know, or as like the Pyro portals. Like the fact that the Pyro portals like exist at all, basically. You know, it's like the Vestra portal destabilizing is a more pressing time concern than even the Ziggurats are, because the orb has been so incredibly stable, apparently. And I knew all of this. I'm just hearing one of the characters be like, I don't even know why we're here, is I was like, oh. Yeah, fair enough. This is like a pretty low stakes trip for y'all. Yeah. It wasn't doing anything but swallow what they threw in the spinning orb of death. Hey, you don't need to convince me that they should have cared more about the Ziggurats. I certainly did. But there's no evidence that they need, that if they are totally inactive, like if they waited until they were 80 to address it, there's no evidence that anything bad would come from that. Maybe it's dangerous, but it's not getting more dangerous, you know? So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it in those explicit of terms. But going back to the role play, I I agree. I agree with this Mike 30 of like, clearly he did want to see them. He could have just sent them a message. He could have manufactured some way to do it. And I think Grog just put it the best of like in my sort of opinion, the way that Grog is phrasing it, and the reason that it resonates so much to me personally when I have defended him coming back in a disguise, is that he's essentially calling Scanlan a coward. Of like, you came back and you couldn't even look at me. Like, I was your best friend, and you couldn't even let me know that you were there. Like, to me, that rings of again, cowardice. Of current cowardice. He's not, like, really harping on Scanlan's past actions within the Bard's Lament. He is focusing on this action and like how it makes him feel right in the present day. I think so much of like my sort of squinting and like not really being on side with Vox regarding their anger towards Scanlan is that ultimately it's basically what Vax said of like, I get why he left. As Vax put it, like, I wish my father would have spent half that time with me or given me half that attention. And people's like little like kind of random spikes of anger have felt odd to me because it all feels like they were just expecting Scanlan to return within a certain amount of time, and they were upset that he hadn't come back yet. He hadn't like finished what he was doing with his fucking daughter and come back already. And that always, I was like, nah, I don't know. But this framing from Grog of when you came back, not like you waited too long to come back. It is when you came back in a disguise. You made me feel small and stupid. And obviously there's also the Lionel comparisons in there, which I think are totally fair and a fun little aspect of it. But the much more like core thing of when you came back, you disrespected me. And I didn't think that my friend would do that. That feels much more salient to me than a lot of the other rationale that people have given for being angry. Yeah. Let's see. I don't think Grog's calling Scanlan a coward. I think he's hurt because Scanlan using a disguise essentially did what Scanlan rarely did, if at all, mocking Grog for his lack of intelligence. It's not that hard to fool me. I'm an idiot. Everyone knows that. Few people never look down on Grog for not being smart. Scanlan is one of them. Fair. Yeah. I think that's a fair reading. Yeah. So yeah. I liked it. I think it's a little bit awkward because of the general awkwardness of the situation that we're in. But I think that Travis, of like the Ziggurats, don't really have like a strong reason to act upon them. But within that situation, I think Travis is operating beautifully. I think that was a really, really that hooked me more than anyone else's bearing of their chest or their soul to Scanlan. Easily more than the others. Yeah. Oh, what? Travis Willingham, national treasure? I liked his RP? Who could have guessed? Maybe a classic case of villains act, protagonists react in regards to the ziggurats. I think it would be if anything was happening. I think that's kind of the ultimate kind of issue to an extent, is that the villains don't really seem to be acting, or if they are, the stakes seem very low. These seem like previous Vox Machina problems. Maybe some lower level adventurers should take care of this. There's not if the villains are acting, what they're doing doesn't obviously, at least, seem worth Vox's time. And that's me even being generous, saying that they're acting. It's like, I guess these cultists are doing something, but it's not even that clear that it's like related to Whitestone in any way. I guess you probably want to stop cultists doing culty stuff. It's loose. It's light. Yeah. Do you think there will be a moment where all of VM ever self-reflects earnestly and acknowledges Scanlan's feelings? I think some of them might. I mean, I think that Liam is playing Vax as though he has. Like, I think Vax is displaying a level of self-reflection. Because, I mean, in my memory at least, Vax was one of the most vocal people during the Bard's Lament, like arguing against Scanlan. So to me, it seems as though Vax has done some amount of self-reflecting in that vein. But I don't know. I think if they do and who does, I applaud them. Like, I think that is difficult. And like one of the reasons that I think Travis's speech right there did so well, or hit so home to me, is because it feels specific and not surface level. It feels deep. It feels like the self-reflection about what happened led him to his anger, not he is angry and he hasn't, not like he started angry and then self-reflected and has just kept that anger the whole time. It feels like he did self-reflect, and like the results of that are sort of either separated or lean into this anger that he's currently feeling, which is one of the reasons I think it rings so nicely to me, is because this doesn't feel like he's still just like holding a grudge off of the Bard's Lament. This feels much more sort of fresh and it feels more fresh. Yeah. It feels like the only one Scanlan back to bully him for leaving, not respectful or responsible for their part, kind of proving Scanlan's point in the Bard's Lament. I don't want to go down this whole track again. I've argued about this, the Bard's Lament, and not even saying that I disagree with you necessarily, but it's a can of worms that I've already spent a long time recently going back and forth about. So I will leave it there. Yeah. I'll leave it there. I never liked Scanlan enough to spend this long talking about him. And I'm going to continue. I'm going to not, because I could, and the words are battering at the back of my throat, and I'm going to hold myself back.
Yeah, looks like there's a free steak.
Listen, we need to go kill some things right now, but I just want to say to all of you, I'm so sorry the way I left. It was awful of me. Percival, I said awful things to you. I said awful things to all of you. But just know that I've done and said worse things to Kaylee, and she's forgiven me. And I've done and said worse things to myself, and I've managed to forgive myself. And I hope that someday you'll all be able to forgive me. And until then, I'll just keep trying. And that's all I can do. And after this fight, if you want me to stay and you guys go home, that's fine. But if not, maybe we can start over.
Vex, Keyleth, at this moment, you hear what sounds like footsteps making their way up the tunnel, not where the light was before, but the path you previously stepped from.
Do they sound like skeletons or heavier?
Oh shit, that's the first possible stopping point. That would leave us with 2 hours. I think I would rather cut there, because I have a thing tomorrow where I'm going to be talking a lot. And then I think I'll be able to stream on Friday for the third half. And if I push myself further today, the talking tomorrow will probably keep my voice feeling worse, but if I cut now, it'll probably keep it feeling where it is now. So I'm gonna cut it now. I'll leave it for Friday. Yeah. Because my voice is struggling. I don't know what. Well, I kind of know what's going on. I'm still a little sick. What's battering at the back of your throat? The words, the arguments. I have to hold myself back from opening the worms. But yeah, that'll be it. I especially, yeah, that was an interesting. That was an interesting one. Lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff within like a larger framework that I didn't love. Weird watch experience. But I think we had good conversations. I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna go drink some tea or something. And I will hopefully see you all on Friday. Maybe not. I mentioned it in the Discord. Schedule right now is going to be a little bit all over the place. Probably for the month of January, if not longer. I'm going to try to be very consistent about doing 2 CR streams a week. But I cannot guarantee the Monday, Friday that I could guarantee last year. Just some extra work stuff. So hopefully I will see you on Friday. If not, maybe Saturday or Sunday. Probably Sunday if it's one of those two. But either way, I will try to post the event as soon as I can. That's been my I posted this event as early as I could. So as soon as I am confident that I can do it at a certain day and time, I'm going to try to post the event for that so that people can plan. But thank you all for joining. I appreciate it. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.